Rebuild World Chapter 19 Gratitude and Debt. When he regained consciousness, Akira found himself confined in a white space. Everything was filled with white nothingness no matter how far he looked. It was as if the maker of this world gave up midway. But surprisingly, he did not find it strange or uneasy to be standing inside such a world. Inside his hazy mind, Akira somehow understood that he was in a dream. He saw Alpha standing not too far from him. She was emotionlessly staring forward. It did not look like she noticed him. As he looked at her, it felt like she was just a frozen humanoid doll standing there. Suddenly this Alpha spoke. First try failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support. She then continued as if she was reading a record from her memories. Second try failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Searching for methods to provide support in battle. She continued giving the same report without any emotional fluctuations. 15th try failed. Didn't reach the target. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to fatal injuries. Adjusting the guidance method. 16th try failed. Reached Area 1. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. Alpha just kept continuing to report the status. Akira couldn't understand what she was reporting about. 87th try failed. Reached Area 7. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 88th try failed. Reached Area 4. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject is alive. The subject withdrew from the request due to the loss of motivation. Adjusting the guidance method. She kept continuing for some time. 497th try failed. Reached Area 9. Unable to continue due to the subject's death. Reevaluating methods to provide support in battle. 498th try failed. Reached the final area. Unable to continue due to the subject's withdrawal from the request. The subject has turned completely hostile. Already dealt with the situation. Current location unknown. Completely readjusting the guidance method. 499th try in progress. Haven't reached the target area. Confirming the current condition. Finish. Once Alpha was done reporting, the white world suddenly turned pitch black. Akira could see Alpha floating alone in the middle of the darkness before slowly blurring and vanishing into nothingness. Akira's consciousness faded away together with it. Eventually, everything vanished into nothingness and the dream ended. Akira opened his eyes. He was still dazed after that strange dream, but he had forgotten most of the details of the dream. He then realized that he was lying on a bed inside a room that he did not recognize. He was so surprised that he completely forgot about the dream that he just had. If it was Akira from the past, he would have definitely jumped off and confirmed his surroundings the moment he found himself in an unfamiliar place. But now, although he was surprised, he did not put up his guard. He was only dazed after waking up. The reason why he lost his sharpness was because he was now used to waking up in a safe place compared to the dangerous back alley. He now woke up in a room that felt safer and looked more expensive than his usual room. But the main reason he didn't put up his guard was because he saw Alpha smiling at him. Morning, Akira. Were you able to take a good rest? Akira looked around and confirmed his surroundings. It seemed like he was staying in someone's place since it did not look like a hotel room. The blood and mud that stuck on his body were already cleaned. He was also changed into a white t-shirt and a long pant. He had fully recovered from the tiredness. Having woke up feeling refreshed, he did not feel pain anymore. He was completely recovered physically. After he noticed this fact, he completely shook off the haziness from when he woke up. But it was visible from his expression that he was confused. Morning, Alpha. Where am I? Alpha then pointed her finger to the door to answer Akira's question. Sarah then entered through that door. She looked a bit surprised as she saw Akira. Akira, you've woken up, huh? Sarah was only wearing a baggy t-shirt and undies. It was a set of clothes that showed a lot of openings. Her wearing such dress also showed that it was a safe place. Thus Akira was able to relax too. But on the other hand, he was also more confused than before. How do you feel? If it's still hard for you to wake up, you can lay back, you know? I'm fine. Although he was still confused about what was going on, he was physically fine. And in order to show that, he answered back confidently. Sarah smiled back knowing that Akira was really fine. I see. Thank goodness. This is our place, Elena's and mine. Therefore, you don't have to worry, we have kept your stuff in another room. We've also washed your clothes and left them there. I'll bring it to you if you want to change. I'll take them myself. Don't worry, you're our guest after all. I'll bring them to you, just wait here for a bit. Akira was swept away by the flow, but once Sarah went outside the room and closed the door, Akira immediately went into panic mode. Alpha, what's going on here? For now, you just need to know that this is a safe place. If you can understand, then calm down. Even if you ask me so. Wouldn't Sarah feel weird if you suddenly understood what's going on, although you have just woke up in an unfamiliar place? So just ask Sarah first, I'll give you my explanation after that. Okay? Alright. Akira then nervously waited for Sarah to come back. He was feeling strange to not be able to relax, although he knew that he was in a safe room. He understood that he should calm down to think clearly, but he was unable to do so, and as he continued to wait for Sarah, it became harder for him to calm down. As such, he looked nervous when Sarah came back and handed him his clothes. Adding to the fact that Sarah was looking at him, Akira awkwardly tried changing his clothes. But Sarah thought that it was because Akira just recovered that he was moving awkwardly, so then she gently asked Akira, Akira, should I help you? It's okay. I can manage. Is that so? You just recovered, so don't push yourself too hard. Okay? Since Akira was not used to getting such a gentle treatment, he could not help but feel more nervous. But he realized that Alpha looked amused as she was looking at him, who was flustered. So he quickly finished changing his clothes before Alpha could comment on him getting flustered. After that, Sarah started explaining to Akira of what was going on. I'll tell you this first. It has been 3 days since you fainted. Akira was very surprised, but then Sarah calmly continued her explanation. When Akira fainted, Elena, Sarah and Katsuragi immediately checked his condition. Akira suffered no fatal injuries. Since he had consumed a lot of medicine in a short duration, all his wounds were forcefully and rapidly healed. All the healed areas had strange scars. These scars would have vanished if his wounds were healed naturally. But all his wounds were already completely healed by medicine, so these scars were left behind. Although his clothes were drenched in blood, thanks to the medicine that he took, his breathing and pulse were stable. In the worst-case scenario, he simply fainted and was far from any fatal condition. As such, Elena and the others were relieved after confirming Akira's condition. So, she immediately told Katsuragi to head to the city, and Katsuragi completely agreed with her. After that, Elena and Sarah brought Akira, who was still unconscious, to their home, and laid him on a bed. Although he was in no danger, Akira did not wake up for a few days. Elena and Sarah thought that it was because of the overdose from medicine. The medicine distributed in the Eastern District were mostly a mix of nanomachines and all kinds of different chemical compounds. It was basically like a DIY set to close a hole in the wall. The advanced nanomachines in the medicine could act as substitutes to the cells and close the wound. Although it was convenient, this medicine also had some drawbacks and side effects. Repeated healing through induced regeneration might cause premature aging. Or the nanomachines sometimes misunderstood the injured state as a normal state and stopped healing altogether. Akira fainted because of a similar reason. It was an indication of medicine overdose after taking a lot of medicine in a short span of time to heal his wounds and rejuvenating his fatigue. It was by no means fatal, but he would stay unconscious until the nanomachines inside his body calmed down. Then, as Elena and Sarah predicted, Akira woke up after sleeping for 3 days. After Akira heard everything from Sarah, he bowed politely. Thank you very much for saving and nursing me. It's fine, don't mention it. Akira was happy at how Sarah was being considerate to him. He was smiling slightly, but his expression immediately changed to be apologetic. Well, technically, you accepted an SOS request, right? It's kinda hard to say this when you have saved me, but to be honest, I don't have any money at all. So how should I repay you? Akira wanted to pay them back for their help. But even if he wanted to do that, he couldn't. After all, he could not earn any money for the last few days. He was just stating the truth. But as he finished speaking, he wished he could take it back. Akira was ashamed of himself as he hung his head low. But Sarah just casually shook her head. As I said, it's something that we did because we wanted to. You don't need to worry about it. I and Elena have no wish to ask for any compensation. Are you sure? I mean, that would be really helpful to Akira, but he could not just accept it. Akira hesitated. But even if he hesitated, it was not like he had the money to pay them back. As such, he looked really thankful. Then Sarah's face turned serious. Well then, in exchange for the reward, I have something to ask you. So can you answer it honestly? If that's all, then of course. What is it? Sarah was a bit surprised as Akira answered back casually with a smile. Sarah then stared at Akira with a serious face. She then let out a sigh and asked him a question. You were the one who saved me and Elena in Kazusuhara ruin the other day, right? Akira froze. When Akira was still unconscious, Sarah went to Shizuka's shop by herself. And when she started talking about Akira, Shizuka smiled bitterly. Fighting against those mini monsters, that must have been really hard for Akira. Moreover, he had to do it twice in a day, you know? Isn't that a very rare experience? Is it because he has bad luck, or was it Katsuragi who brought bad luck to him? Or even maybe both of them have bad luck. Since they were able to survive it, we can just laugh it off now. But that Katsuragi and his friend, it seems that Elena squeezed them for rewards. They just can't stop grumbling. Although they were able to transport their goods from the front line, they were complaining that more than half of their profit was used to fight back those group of monsters. But even so, they were able to survive without any grave injuries. So I don't know if they actually have good luck or bad luck. By the way, where's Elena? Elena is working as Katsuragi's escort not too far from here. I came here alone today. Is that so? So then why are you here today? Shizuka, who was listening to Sarah, changed the mood as she made a serious face. She more or less understood why Sarah came to her today. Sarah made a bitter smile and was surprised since Shizuka was able to guess the real reason why she came. She then made a serious face. I did tell you before that we were saved by someone in the Kazusuhara ruin. Right? Yep. You told me that story so many times. I even remember all the details, you know? By any chance, do you know who it was? Sarah stared closely at Shizuka. But Shizuka did not make any noticeable reaction to her strong gaze. Shizuka looked at Sarah and thought for a bit before answering her question. Why do you ask me? You have a good intuition after all. Is that so? Well, in that case, my answer is no. Shizuka. Sarah called her name with a strong tone as she kept staring at Shizuka. She was unconsciously leaking her intimidating aura as a hunter. But Shizuka did not budge at all. After all, she was working as a merchant who faced hunters on a regular basis. Moreover, she knew well about the friend in front of her right now. There was no need for her to panic. She knew that well as she calmly answered back. I really don't know, and I have no one that I'm suspicious of being that person either. And even if I have a guess, if my guess is wrong, it'll definitely cause trouble for you and that person. I may have some inklings, but the person asked me not to say anything to anyone. So if I tell you, then I'll be betraying that person's trust. Thus I won't say anything. That person didn't threaten me, but since that person told me to keep a secret, I don't think it's a good idea for me to say anything. After all, it would be big trouble for the shop if I do something that might annoy my customers. So I can't say, no matter what. My answer is I don't know. Sarah did not say anything, she just locked her gaze on Shizuka. But Shizuka's expression did not change as she continued. Moreover, it's not the main problem here, right? You already have a guess as to who that person is and you're almost certain of your guess. But since it was logically impossible, you're trying to clear your doubt by relying on my intuition, right? After being told so, Sarah finally realized that her guess was correct. The words written on that paper were illegible as if they were written by a small kid. Akira's reaction when she showed him her bullet pendant. And finally, the medicines that Akira was carrying on him. When she found the same medicine that she had received inside Akira's belongings while she was organizing his stuff, it confirmed her suspicion that Akira was the one who saved her. But even then, she had no definitive proof. Moreover, according to her experience as a hunter, she made a conjecture that even someone with as much fighting power as Akira would not be able to save her in that situation. Sarah, who was not sure of her own guess, then went to Shizuka to rely on her intuition. Even Elena admitted the sharpness of Shizuka's intuition, which was so good that even a rational possibility turned into reality. She believed in Shizuka's intuition to give the final verdict that Akira was the person who had saved her. Sarah was taken aback as she realized this, but then Shizuka continued. By the way, how much do you want to know, Sarah? Do you just want to know who saved you? Or do you still have a lot of questions that you want answers for? Well. Sarah could not answer. There were indeed a lot of questions that she wanted to ask and a lot of things that she wanted to know. But the thing that she really wanted to ask, the thing that she really wanted to know, it was just a small part of it. Think carefully before you ask. Decide between what you want to know and what you don't need to know, and then ask your question. Ask your question with utmost sincerity. If that person lies to you after that, then that's what it is. Shizuka said that she did not know. If that was true, then Sarah's guess was mistaken. But if it was a lie, then it meant that he did not want to reveal it no matter what, or that he wanted to have nothing to do with Sarah. Sarah understood that and could not reply. In the end, she could just ask Akira after he woke up. But for some reason, she was hesitating. The moment she realized that she was hesitating, she immediately realized the reason. Sarah did not want to be denied of answer by Akira. That was all. She finally understood that. Sarah, who just came to realize a lot of things, stared at Shizuka and thought that Shizuka must have understood everything way before herself. Shizuka might have even understood the reason why Sarah was hesitating, which she herself did not realize. But Sarah decided not to ask Shizuka any further. It was not something that should be asked to New York others. It was something that she should find herself. That was her thought as she smiled to change her mood. All right then, I'll ask him myself when the time comes. Thank you, Shizuka. Shizuka replied back with a relieved smile, but it then changed into a teasing smile. You're welcome. So then, just a piece of additional information, I'll tell you my guess. Sarah, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? People who are connected to the old domain? I've heard about them before, but... Go ask Elena for more detail. She should know more than you. But if I have to give you a simple explanation, they are people who are connected to the old network for some unknown reason. I heard that there are even people among them who can pinpoint the locations of individual people, monsters, ruins, and buildings. It might sound very convenient, but I heard they also face a lot of problems because of their ability. I'm talking about those people. Sarah then imagined Akira to be one of those people. If that was true, then someone like Akira would have the ability to save them. If Akira could pinpoint locations of each people inside that thick colorless mist, then he would be the only person who could see clearly, whereas everyone else were helpless. It would give him a boost to his winning rate. It would also explain why he wanted to hide his identity. If the people that he saved wondered as to why he could save them, there was a good chance that those people would notice he was a person who is connected to the old domain. And if it were to spread, it might even endanger his life. Sarah kept staring at Shizuka. You do have a very good intuition. Couldn't you just say that from the start? Shizuka smiled as if she was teasing Sarah. It won't be right if I tell that to someone who hadn't resolved herself, right? So do your best out there. Sarah accepted her answer as she nodded while looking a little bit annoyed. On the same day Sarah heard about the people who were connected to the old domain. She asked Elena about it just after Elena finished her night bath. Elena, do you know about the people who are connected to the old domain? Elena then just wiped her body enough to not make any mess before operating the information terminal that was attached to her hand. She wrapped herself in a bath towel without bothering to wear her undies. She was looking so unladylike. Sarah had repeatedly reminded her about this, but Elena would never listen and answer back that it was only necessary to keep everything around her dry. So Sarah started ignoring her when she looked like that. Elena then replied back in such a way that was unexpected to Sarah. People who are connected to the old domain? It's rare for you to ask something like that. Well, Shizuka told me that you should know better than her, you see. To be more precise, what do you want to know? Since you have come to ask me, it means that you want to know something that you won't be able to know from a simple search on the net, right? As for Sarah, she actually wanted to know everything right from the most basic knowledge, but she could not say that as it would annoy Elena. So she changed the way she asked Elena. There are benefits and dangers, both to the people around them and to themselves as well. That's an interesting question. Well then, let's start from the benefits that they can get themselves. Elena then started explaining happily. The benefits coming from being a person who is connected to the old domain extends on a very wide range. The biggest benefit is being able to connect to the network that was built during the time of the old world called the old domain network. Even at the moment, the old domain network was still filled with a lot of invaluable knowledge. But the current technology could not connect to that network. Normally, one would need a terminal that could only be found in the ruins to connect to the old domain network. But the people who are connected to the old domain did not need such a device to access the old domain network. Their method of connecting to the old domain network was unknown even after rigorous research was conducted by the government. Moreover, it was thought that such a connection was not affected by the colorless mist at all. Is it really something that amazing? Looking at Sarah, who looked like she could not believe it, Elena's expression changed to one that was saying that this girl did not get it at all. This is something really amazing, you know? The Eastern District is constantly blanketed in colorless mist with a certain level of thickness. The only reason why we could use the long-range communication to contact the capital is because it's using the old domain network. But isn't that true for your information terminal too? And it's useless in thick colorless mist, right? That works through a different network. It's using the same network used by the relay station in the city. Basically, it's a short-range connection. That's why they stopped working in the colorless mist. If a normal terminal can keep its connection even inside the colorless mist, it would be really convenient. That would be really helpful for exploring ruins that are always blanketed in thick colorless mist. The old domain was built using old world's technologies in the communication facilities, but now only a few of these communication facilities are still functioning in the old ruins. Countless invaluable technologies of the old world were saved inside the DB or database in these facilities. If one could connect to the old domain and extract these technologies and recreate them, it would bring a huge amount of fortune. Or at least that was what people thought. But there was a worry that a human brain would not be able to withstand the burden of connecting to the old domain. There were records of people getting killed out of the blue in the ruins, leaving a corpse without any injury. It was thought that these people have got the ability to connect to the old domain because of some unknown reason. Their brain was flooded with information as they could not control the connection. Finally, they got killed because their brain could not handle the burden. Brain dead? Is that even possible? Are we in danger too? Looking at Sarah, who suddenly got flustered, Elena smiled to calm her down. Not just because it only happens inside the ruins, also because the possibility of such a thing happening is simply very small. We'll be fine anyways. Compared to this, there's a higher chance that we'll get killed by monsters. Not to mention that if such a thing happens frequently, then no one would dare to explore the ruins, right? Well, you have a point there. Moreover, I heard that people who can connect to the old domain can pinpoint the location of relics and warehouses inside a ruin, you know. There was a rumor saying that the maps sold to the map brokers were made by people who can connect to the old domain. And so big companies would kidnap these people. So those people who can connect to the old world are less likely to get killed, but they're more likely to face a fate that is worse than dying. Is that so? Well, I guess it's true if you say so. After feeling relieved, Sarah's face turned serious. So being connected to the old domain is not always a good thing, huh? To be more precise, it comes with a lot of benefits, so there are many people who have their eyes on them. They might be able to seek a safe haven under the government, but that would mean that they'll exchange their freedom for safety. But if they get caught by people who do shady work, they'll face a worse fate. But if one of the big companies discovers them, it might dispatch a lot of soldiers to capture them in the name of rescue. Elena was happy that Sarah was really interested in her speciality, which was a very rare thing for her. As such, she was more fired up than usual. Thanks to that, Sarah was able to understand well about the people who could connect to the old domain. It also made her understand why it was hard to get someone who could connect to the old domain to trust her. She hesitated a bit whether it was the right thing to ask Akira when he woke up. Akira was having a headache now. It was because Sarah realized that it was he who saved her and Elena. But to be honest, he did not think that it was that big of a problem. The reason why he was hiding that fact was simply because it was too much of a trouble if he had to explain his motivation and methods. He had only thought about it thus far. Akira was one of the people who could connect to the old domain, but he did not realize it himself. He did not even know the meaning of those words. The only thing that he knew was that there were some other people who also could see Alpha, and he was just one among them. There was no way Akira could tell them about Alpha. When he was thinking hard of any possible ways to dodge Sarah's question, he realized that Sarah was locking her stare on him with a serious face. He was so intimidated by that look that he stopped thinking. Sarah thought that Akira still could not trust them. That was why she was desperately begging with that serious face. I'm sure you have your own reason. That's why I won't press you with more questions. What I want to know is whether you're the one who saved us or not. That is all. I won't ask you why and how you saved us or any other questions. And I won't tell anyone about anything that you say to me. Akira, who was pressured by Sarah, was actually panicking inside his heart, but he stiffened his face and stayed silent. Sarah could feel rejection from him, so her serious face started to turn sad. If you won't answer me no matter what, then I'll just give up. I won't ask this again, so please let me ask you once again for the last time. In the Kazusuhara ruin, you were the one who saved me and Elena, right? Sarah sounded like she was begging. She was desperately wanting to know the person who saved them. Akira was able to get her intention. Yes, that's correct, it was me. The mood suddenly got way lighter. Sarah's face loosened. Akira then said his sorry. Sorry that I kept it a secret. Well, I had my own reason, you see. It's really fine. As I promised, I won't ask further. But that aside. Sarah then shook her head and held Akira's hands. Thank you for saving me and Elena. Finally, I can say my thanks. I'm sorry for pressuring you. It was hard for me to be unable to say thanks to the one who saved me. I know that was selfish of me, and it's not something that I should do to someone who saved me. After Sarah said her gratitude with a smile, her expression changed to an apologetic one. As for Akira, he was a bit surprised as he answered back in panic. Please don't mind about me. You saved me too. So both of us were just lucky. Shouldn't that be enough? Is that so? Well, you're right. If you say so, then let's settle on that. Thank you, we're really thankful to you. Ah, well, you're welcome. Sarah felt very relieved. She smiled brightly. Akira then returned with his smile. But in his smile, there was a little bit of gloom that Sarah did not notice. Akira, who heard those words of gratitude from Sarah, felt like something just gouged deep inside his heart, something other than pain. But Akira did all he could to not show that on his face. Akira then had a long talk with Sarah over a meal. After all, Akira's stomach grumbled loudly after they had that talk. It was because Akira was sleeping for a few days without eating anything. Hearing that, Sarah just smiled and prepared some meals. It was something offered by the one who saved him, so it was not like he could refuse her. The foods that were lined up on the table were on a different level compared to the frozen food that Akira usually ate. Sarah took some time preparing those foods, and Akira remembered hearing her prepare them, but he simply ignored it. His concentration was focused on the foods that looked so appetizing lined up in front of his eyes. And of course, those meals were indeed delicious. In the middle of the conversation, Sarah brought up the topic about when Akira saved her and Elena. She also told Akira that the loot that they got from those people who attacked them earned them quite a sum of money. Hunters who could not stay in a hotel or other permanent sleeping place would have to travel around while bringing all of their money with them. There were hunters who got their money legally seized by the bank for paying off their debt. Without any money to equip themselves, some would turn into bandits. The people who attacked Sarah and Elena were those kinds of peoples. The money problem that Sarah and Elena were facing was easily resolved by the compensation that they got from selling those loots. They then used the leftover money to get equipment, thus they had an easier time exploring the ruins, which increased their income. From then on, they used the extra money that they got to get better equipment and further increased their income from exploring the ruins. Thanks to the positive cycle, they were able to completely bounce back from being fallen hunters. They even had a better income than ever before. After telling Akira all of these things and saying her thanks, She said that she wanted to give back the money that she got from selling the loot to Akira, but Akira unexpectedly refused it. Sarah, who was surprised by that, asked him again for confirmation. But you're the one who killed them, are you really sure? It's quite a lot of money, you know? Yes, after all, I decided to leave without looting them, so I have no plans to ask them back now. But even if you say so, not only did you save us, it was also thanks to you that we were able to solve our money problems. So it's kind of frustrating that we could not repay you with anything. Looking at Akira's reaction, there was no sign that he would accept the money. So if Sarah pushed the money to Akira, it would defeat its meaning. But even so, Sarah wanted to offer something to Akira for saving her, even if it was just a little. That's what Sarah thought as she mumbled. But then Akira came up with another idea. In that case then, please take that money as your reward for responding to our SOS request. I don't know how much a normal reward is, so I don't know whether that would be enough, but it's also frustrating for me not being able to give you anything after saving me. So please accept it and think that we're even now. Well, if you said so, all right then. Both of them then looked at each other as their savior and smiled bitterly. Their next topic after that was how they spent their loot money, how she immediately suggested strengthening her nanomachines likewise. Following the momentum, their conversation shifted to about Sarah's body, a body strengthened with nanomachine. So then, you know, people who use nanomachine to strengthen their bodies will always stock their nanomachine in one part of their body. In my case, that would be my chest. There are also people who save their stock on external cartridges, but it would be a disaster if they lose those cartridges. There's also a choice to stock a small amount of nanomachine throughout all of my body, but there's a limit on that too. Sarah then pointed on her own chest. It was quite a wonderful asset even for a beautiful girl like her, and she had quite a stock of nanomachines in there. Those people will have their body shape change according to the quantity of nanomachines stocked inside their body. Because of that, the size of their clothes would also change. So I'm sorry if I do not look presentable. Sarah's clothing was very revealing. Her bra was modified to be able to change its size through some simple cords, and the baggy shirt she was wearing was unable to hide it. It was because she modified her clothes to its limit to fit her changing body size. She was very used to wearing such clothes that she could casually wear them in front of Akira without feeling shy. But there were people who misunderstood and tried to tease Sarah, just to end up getting beaten up by Sarah's nanomachine-enhanced body. There were already a lot of victims. It was proof of the great body Sarah had. But even so, Akira was not affected at all. I don't really mind. But Sarah noticed Akira's strange eyes movement. She then smiled teasingly. If you're interested. Well, you did save me, so I might be willing to give you some service. Can you please stop teasing me? Seeing how Akira's face turned red, Sarah laughed as if she was enjoying. Alpha did not even try to hide her displeasure as she immediately complained. For some reason, your reaction is different compared to when I do that. I think I have a better body, you know? So what's wrong with you? Are you more interested in erotic clothes? Is that what makes you aroused? Shut up. If your body size changes, then what would you do about your armor before going to the ruins? They are augmented clothes that need to be adjusted before using, right? Do you adjust yours every time you want to use it? In my case, I always prefer armor that is elastic and stretchable. Then I'll put on more armor on top of it after that. Akira, that thing is your armor, right? Well, yeah. Akira then changed the subject of their conversation by talking about when he got his armor from Shizuka. Their conversation then shifted to the reason why they would use their armor, then a discussion about the monsters. The monsters roaming in the eastern district were weaker the further you go west and stronger the further you go east. So the monsters that roamed the far east in the front line were monsters that could not be defeated without tanks or enhanced bodies. But on the other hand, most monsters in the western part could be defeated easily using a handgun. There were many kinds of monsters sprawling from the far east to the west end. Sometimes it felt like someone intentionally did that for a prank. Akira, who was listening to Sarah, looked like he did not completely believe her story. Do those monsters really exist? Polytanks with legs. Is that even a monster? It is. They're filled with flammable liquid fuel, and they'll come near tanks and people before blowing themselves up. That's why they're categorized as monsters. But if you can neutralize them before they blow up, The liquid fuel inside them can get you quite a lot of money, you know? We used to hunt for them before. Sarah was reminiscing about her past while telling her story to Akira. It made Akira realize the truth, which surprised him. I wonder why they even made that kind of monsters. Some people say that it was because the factories built during the Old World era malfunctioned after they were abandoned for years. Some say that those monsters would aim for cars trying to refuel them. Well, in that case, I wonder why they would chase humans too. Do they want the humans to take them to a car or something? There were also stories where hunters who got stuck in the middle of the wasteland survived by harvesting fuels from those monsters too. Although I don't know how much of that story is true. Then after that, they kept chatting about their work as hunters. It was a scene where a new green hunter consulting with a senior and talkative hunter. Both of them were having a good time with each other. After he finished packing up his things, Akira stood at the entrance and bowed his head to Sarah. Thank you very much, I'm leaving. You just woke up, so please be careful, okay? Yes. But then Sarah hesitated for a bit before she asked Akira, who was about to leave. Akira, may I tell Elena about what we talked about today? Of course, I'll tell her to keep it a secret too. I don't mind as long as it doesn't spread. After all, Shizuka-san already knows about it too. As I thought Shizuka knew it, huh? Well, things happened and she discovered it. As Sarah smiled bitterly, Akira returned it with another bitter smile. That's right, let me tell you something, Shizuka has really good intuition. That's why, if you ever get lost about which equipment you want to get, you should go ask her. After all, it seems that her good intuition also works on objects too. I understand. Sarah-san, thank you very much. Please tell Elena-san that I said hello. Akira casually ended their conversation and left Sarah's place. After returning back to his room in an inn, Akira hung his head low. It was because he unconsciously compared his own equipment with all the equipment that he saw in Sarah's place, and it was also because his room looked miserable when compared to Sarah's place. But that was not all. Akira, who was so excited when he was talking to Sarah, returned back to normal. Thus all of the feeling that he was holding back immediately resurfaced. Alpha looked worried as she asked Akira, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Akira replied back with a tone and expression contrary to what he said. So Alpha asked him again with a stronger tone. "Let me tell you one thing beforehand, you can't keep a secret from me. You know? After all, I'm always beside you, so I'll definitely discover your secret. That's why just give up and confess it to me. That'll make you feel better, you know? Moreover, I think that's not something worth locking inside your heart." Akira just looked at Alpha without saying anything while Alpha was smiling gently at him. After some time passed, Akira mumbled in low voice, "This is my first time feeling bad after hearing someone thank me." Akira did not mean to save Elena and Sarah. His main motivation was to only kill the people who attacked them. But that was what saved Elena and Sarah, and they were really thankful to him for saving them. Akira was thanked for a good deed that he did not even remember, or to be more precise, he felt guilty for being thanked by the people whom he used in accomplishing his own objective. Alpha understood something. Akira actually had some kind of moral standards inside him. But it was not very distinct. At least with his moral standards, Akira could not accept their help as them repaying his favor. Instead, it even made Akira depressed. It was really hard to understand, but in order to know how Akira would react to things, there was a need to understand his moral standards. Moreover, it would also allow Alpha to give more customized support to Akira. Alpha tried to understand Akira more than anyone else, and it was all for her own sake than anything. Alpha then gently spoke to Akira. "I see, in that case you should help them next time. I think that'll be good enough." "Is that so?" "Yep, it is. By doing that, you can think of yourself as being even with them, right? It'll make you feel less guilty too. That's why I don't think there's any problem with that idea, right?" Akira did not say anything. He gave her idea a deep thought. He then smiled a bit and came up with a conclusion. "You're right, you're actually correct." Akira then nodded strongly as if to reassure himself. "Thank you, that does make me feel better." Seeing how Akira got back to his usual self, Alpha smiled brightly. "That's good then. Now, to make sure that you can help them the next time you meet them, you'll need to get stronger. You at least understand that, right?" "Why, yeah. Good, you look eager now. Don't worry. I'll increase the difficulty of your training progressively. You'll get stronger in no time, you know. So you give your best too, okay? Oh, of course. Akira did not lie there. He was serious when he said that. But looking at Alpha's smile, Akira was a bit taken aback by fear. Alpha noticed it and smiled teasingly at him. Akira, who regained his mood, suddenly remembered something. Alpha, am I not forgetting something here? Something like a few words of thanks to me, who gives you support every day. Thank you for all the help. So then, do you have any other guess? Now that I think about it, it has been 3 days since that day. I wonder how Cheryl is doing. Akira was asked by Cheryl to visit her base, and he promised that he would at least pay her a visit. Although he could not go because of the things that were outside his control, he also remembered that Cheryl desperately asked for him to come, and he did plan to visit her. Although he could not keep his promise, a lot of things happened to him, so it really could not be helped. That's what Akira prepared as his reason as he went to Cheryl's base. Rebuild World Chapter 20, A Hunter Backup. Cheryl was standing in front of her base with a stern face. She was in a bad mood and was trying to calm herself, but she could not, causing her to get more irritated. No one except those that knew her well could see a trace of panic on her face, which she was trying to cover up with her best facade. An expression that would hide her irritation, bad mood, worries and nervousness that filled her heart. A boy named Ario came to her. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Cheryl. Cheryl, what the heck is going on with that hunter Akira? He doesn't visit us at all. Just shut up and wait for him. Didn't I tell you that already? But yesterday too we waited a whole night for him and he didn't come at all. Cheryl interrupted Ario with a sharp look. Just stop yapping. I'm the boss here. So you should obey me. You did promise me that, didn't you? That sharp gaze was actually an act to hide the panic inside Cheryl's heart, since Akira did not visit this place at all. Her feelings also caused her gaze to turn even more intimidating. Ario could not help but to stay shut. He then let out a sigh before mumbling. All right, I know, boss. The people who decided to stay in the gang had already approved Cheryl as their boss, so Ario just stopped his complaint there. But it could be seen from his expression that his suspicion and displeasure did not go away. Cheryl let out a big sigh, half of it was just acting. She then continued by uttering some words in order to further intimidate Ario. A hunter is a very busy person, so I'm sure that's why he can't come here. Even if I did talk directly to him, it's not like I'm in any position to order him to come here as soon as possible. You can't even understand that, huh? You're right, I'm sorry. If you can understand me, then get back on your job. Roger that, boss. Although Ario answered back in a way that raised some questions, he obediently left Cheryl alone. But after he put some distance from her, he mumbled, But aren't you his favorite? Cheryl heard that mumble as her face immediately leaked a bit of her nervousness that she was hiding, but she was able to quickly place back her annoyed expression. Only after she looked around and made sure that no one was near, did she take off her annoyed expression. Her real expression showed that she was filled with panic and nervousness. It's bad if this goes on. What should I do? Should I go look for Akira once more? No, I should not do that. They'll definitely be suspicious of me if I keep doing that. That day when Akira said to Cheryl that he would visit her base, she and all her gang members waited for him. But in the end, Akira did not come. He did not come the day after that and also the next consecutive days too. Now her position in the gang was in peril. The children who were in Sibia's gang were already operating in the newly revived gang with Cheryl as its head. They searched the area around their territory and the wasteland near them for scrap steel, and anything that can be exchanged for money. Since they would group up and go to the food distribution place together, the other gangs already knew about Cheryl's gang. At the moment, the other gangs had not started messing with her gang yet. That was because the other gangs believed that Akira was behind Cheryl. But Akira had not visited their base yet. So the members of her gang could not help but feel displeased and insecure. Cheryl was able to keep her gang members under control by explaining to them that being a hunter was a very busy job. But of course there was a limit on how long she could keep that up. Soon, her gang members noticed her nervousness and started to distrust her. She became even more insecure because of that. There were a lot of people talking behind Cheryl's back. Some of them were saying she was lying. Some of them were saying that she was not lying but Akira was actually tricking her. And some of them were saying that Akira had already abandoned her. Her gang members started to look at her with suspicion and displeasure. They also started to display their feelings in front of Cheryl. It was not as bad that they would stab her on her back, but it was only a matter of time. Cheryl already noticed about the feelings of her gang's members, but she could do nothing about it. She had no means of contacting Akira, and she could not find him even after waiting near his inn. She could not even come up with any good ideas to appease her gang members. She was basically at her wits' end. But right at that critical time, Akira appeared in front of her. Is Cheryl around? Ah, there you are. Akira. Cheryl, who was at her wits' end, involuntarily called Akira's name in a loud voice. Thus her voice was heard by everyone in her base. And so all the other children came out from their rooms to see what was going on. Cheryl regained her composure as she dragged Akira to a private room and immediately closed the door the moment they got in. She wanted to just shout at him and ask why he did not come on the day he promised her. But she knew if she did that, it would be the end of her. Thus she desperately tried to hold herself back as she smiled at Akira. Thank you very much for visiting our base. I've been waiting for you. By the way, we waited for you that night. You promised you would come. But you never turned up. Did something happen to you? Cheryl's smile showed that she did not mind him being late, or at least that was what she was trying to express with her smile. Sorry, I did plan to come, but I almost got killed that day. Almost got killed? Cheryl could not help but scream. Akira was a bit taken aback to see Cheryl surprised, but he then calmed down and answered back. No need to be so surprised. It's a normal thing in this line of work. Cheryl was lost for words. She did think that something must have happened, but she did not imagine that he was almost killed. She then regained her composure and showed that she was worried. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm not injured and I'm in good shape right now. I see. May I ask what happened? I got attacked by 2 groups of monsters on the same day. I was too tired after the battle, or more like I fainted out of exhaustion. That's why I couldn't come. Sorry about that. Akira calmly replied that he was sorry. He decided not to say anything about the fact that he forgot his promise since there was no particular reason to tell her that. Cheryl let out a sigh of relief. She then changed gear and smiled at Akira. I see. In that case, it can't be helped. It must have been hard on you, but I'm glad that you're all right now. I dragged you to a private room because I wanted to have a private talk with you. But since everyone is waiting for you, we can talk afterwards. I want to introduce you to everyone. Are you okay with that? Sure. Cheryl grabbed Akira by his hand as she led him out of the room. She then quietly complained. Good grief. I don't mind as to why he was late, but that was really surprising. I'm sure he was only exaggerating, but I really hope he would stop joking like that. Although Cheryl was only able to achieve her current position because of Akira's support, a made-up story like that still rubbed her the wrong way. But of course, she was not in a position to say anything about that. In order not to worsen her own mood any further, she suggested getting everyone introduced. Her face twitched out of irritation whenever she thought of the made-up story. It was because Akira told her that story in such a casual way that he sounded less believable. The children gathered in the hall inside the base. Murmurs could be heard in the hall as those children saw Cheryl standing next to Akira in a pleasant mood. So he finally really came, huh? I was doubting her, but it turned out to be true, huh? Is that really the hunter who killed Sibia? Doesn't he look like a small boy just like us? Thank goodness it's real. I feel much safer now. I know that she said he'll help us, but I wonder how far he's willing to go? I'm really worried. Say, he doesn't look that strong though. Are we really going to be okay? Although there were still a lot of questions, all the doubts about Cheryl talking to Akira were cleared. Cheryl smiled as she confidently introduced Akira. This is Akira. I think you already know him. Sibia took some of our members to get him, but he was able to fight back. But even so, he decided to help us, so be sure not to be rude to him. Okay? When Cheryl turned her gaze towards Akira, he unwilling started to speak up. I'm Akira. I'm just helping Cheryl and I'm only helping Cheryl alone. I have no plans to get involved with any of you. Cheryl is the boss here. If you have any questions, just ask her. Don't ask me about unnecessary things. And when I say not to ask something, then never ever ask about it for a second time. That's all from me. It was obvious that the children were flabbergasted and confused. It was because although Cheryl was their boss, the person who was backing her and virtually the person who had reign over their gang and was responsible for taking care of them showed very little interest in them. Cheryl frowned, but Akira did not care. Cheryl, I have something to talk about with you, so come with me for a bit. Okay. Seeing Cheryl was about to leave the hall with Akira, Ario suddenly stopped them. Whoa, wait for a sec. Are you really Akira? Akira stopped. He turned back and looked annoyed. Yeah. What have you been doing up until now, abandoning us? And what do you mean when you said that you're not going to join our gang? Aren't you supposed to look over us? Didn't I say that you should ask that to Cheryl just now? So stop asking that to me. Akira's way of speaking really shocked Ario. When he heard that the hunter who killed Sibia would help them out, he was feeling hopeful but also insecure at the same time. But when that person never showed himself, doubts and displeasure were piling inside his heart. And right when that person showed himself in front of him, he did not look capable at all even when he was armed. It was a huge letdown for Ario. Adding those words that Akira just said to Ario, Ario's doubt toward Cheryl and Akira peaked. This boy might even be weaker than me, you know? Are we seriously going to trust our lives to this boy? Sibia and his friends might be hunters who had fallen off grace. But even so, they were strong. Thus the person who killed Sibia and caused his gang to dissolve must be someone stronger than Sibia. But the boy who was standing in front of Ario did not look like he even had a chance against Sibia. Is Cheryl tricking us? No, it might be him who is tricking Cheryl, right? Ario could not help but think that if he charged at Akira, took his gun and pointed it at him, Akira would not have any other choice but to confess the truth. The view of Akira turning his back at him and heading outside looked so full of openings for some reason. And the way Akira looked so annoyed when he was questioned, it felt like he was mocking Ario. His life was really hard after Sibia's gang was destroyed. And when the gang started operating again, he thought that these hard times had finally come to pass. But then this happened. He was utterly disappointed, which gave Ario the final push. Damn you! Ario shouted as he rushed towards Akira. When Akira was only a few steps away, he clenched his fist, pulled back and threw it, aiming at the back of Akira's head. It did not seem like Akira noticed his intention. It was a surprise attack from his behind. Ario was sure that it would hit Akira. But then Akira casually stepped to the side and evaded his fist without even turning back. Wah dash! Akira then sent a fist straight to Ario's surprised face and dropped him to the ground. Akira's fighting ability received a huge boost in such a short time due to Alpha's training, and all the experiences he piled up. He was already strong enough that a normal boy like Ario would not even stand a chance against him. Of course, a surprise attack from an amateur might be able to take him down, but Akira was very cautious of such a thing due to his experience living in the back alley of the slum city for years. In a normal condition, a surprise attack would not work on him now. Moreover, it was almost near impossible to launch a surprise attack against Alpha. Even for the attack just now, Alpha already forewarned Akira about it. Thus Akira was able to evade it without turning back. So in short, Ario's winning chance was 0 right from the start. Ario was lying on the ground trying to suppress the stinging pain on his face. But when he glanced at Akira, who was looking down on him, he found the muzzle of Akira's gun was already pointing at him. Ario's face turned pale as he was trembling in terror. The other kids took some distance between them in panic. Akira's expression did not change as he pulled the trigger. Right after that, a hole was opened on the floor. But Ario was unscathed. Akira missed his shot on purpose, but Ario froze up as if he was shot. He even stopped shivering. Cheryl and the other kids could not even let out their voice. After that, Akira looked angry as he spoke to Cheryl. Cheryl, I don't mind whomever you want to add into your gang. To be honest, I don't even give a damn f***ck. But since you're the boss, at least be sure to keep your leash on them. You better fix this situation before I misunderstand that the people are acting on your order. If that happens, no one will have a good end. Akira then left the hall as Cheryl followed behind him in while being flustered. Only Ario, who still could not stand up, and other kids who were trembling in fear of Akira were left in the hall. Cheryl walked beside Akira as she cursed Ario in her heart, but she did not dare voice it out. She just kept following Akira silently as he took her out of the base and into the slum city. Cheryl did not know where Akira was leading her, as she did not have the leeway of asking that question. She kept cursing Ario in silence as she was following Akira. Akira suddenly spoke to her. Was that good enough? Oh, eh. Cheryl was so surprised that she could not give a proper answer. She could only answer that question with a confused face. Akira thought that Cheryl actually was not able to understand what he meant due to her shock, and added an explanation to his question. Oh, didn't you call me to do something like that? Was I mistaken? Cheryl was finally able to regain her composure as she looked at Akira. The anger that she saw in the base was gone without a trace. Akira was completely calm. She noticed that Akira's behavior in the base was only acting. She then smiled at Akira as she was relieved. Well, it's true that I asked you, but I think what you did now was an overkill. I see. I'm sorry, but can you take care of the aftermath? I'm not good with handling that after all. I understand. So then where are we heading right now? You'll see, we'll be arrived there soon. After some time, Akira stopped and pointed at a trailer. It was Katsuragi's trailer, which also functioned as his movable shop. As Akira arrived there, Darius, who was watching the trailer, noticed him and Cheryl. Akira, are you alright? Yeah, I'm okay. Although it was a big surprise to know that 3 days have already passed when I woke up. I see. I'm glad that you're alright. Akira and Darius laughed lightly to each other. Although there were gaps in their age, ability, and social status, both of them were close to each other after facing a life and death battle together. So then, do you need anything? If you have come to buy something, you can go ahead and take a look. Well, I just need to discuss something with Katsuragi, so can you please call him over? Wait for a bit here then. Katsuragi, Akira is here. I don't know what's going on, but he said he wants to talk with you. Katsuragi then popped out from deep inside the trailer and smiled at Akira as soon as he saw him. Akira, huh? I heard that you fainted out of exhaustion, but it seems that you're doing very well since you have come here with a girl. So what do you need? You came here to have a talk with a businessman, so I won't listen to anything that won't bring me money. You know? Akira replied a bit provocatively. That would depend on your ability as a merchant. Then it'll definitely be a profitable talk. Katsuragi smiled back at Akira. Katsuragi listened closely and seriously to Akira's talk. Akira's suggestion was, in exchange for bringing relics to his shop, Katsuragi had to help out Cheryl's gang. Katsuragi and Akira proceeded to calculate the possible benefit and loss that it could bring them. There were many other places that would accept relics other than the hunter office. It was because the demand for relics was high and the profit that people can get from it was huge. Although it was only a side job for him, Katsuragi also bought relics. As for the help for Cheryl's gang, it would be alright as long as they used his name. Most of the merchants would look down on the people of the slum city and raise their price to a crazy level. So it would be a big help for Cheryl and her gang to find a merchant that would not do that. Even for people from the slum city who had zero trustability, a small word from someone like Katsuragi would help them a lot. Katsuragi knew well about Akira's fighting ability. He then predicted the quantity and quality of relics that Akira would be able to bring back from the ruins. And then he subtracted it with the amount of money that he would need to help out Cheryl and her gang. After all the calculations in his brain, he still ended up with a profit. After that, he looked at Akira with an inquisitive look. I still owe you some. Moreover, selling and buying relics can bring me money. It's true that it would bring a profit. So do we have a deal here? Well, wait for a sec. Before we decide on that, I have some questions. First of all, what is your relationship with that girl? Katsuragi then looked at Cheryl as if he was trying to evaluate her. Cheryl started getting nervous while Akira made an honest, puzzled look. Why did you ask that? Why you ask? She's someone that makes you strike a deal with me. So, of course it makes me want to know. Moreover, you even asked me to help her out, and this might become a long-term deal between us, you see? So then what's she to you? Just an acquaintance? A friend? relative, lover, or maybe even wifey. Let's just say that she and I grew up in the slum city, and we're close enough for me to bring this deal to you. But if she slows me down, I'll abandon her anytime. That's all there is to it. I see. Katsuragi tried to figure out Akira's relation with Cheryl through his behavior. Then he just shelved that topic away for now. The next problem is about relics. You do know that even if you bring relics to my shop, you won't be able to get a rank up, right? After all, it means that you're not selling your relics to the hunter office. Is that okay with you? One could only rank up by bringing relics to the hunter office and other shops affiliated with them. There were hunters who tried to get a rank up by only selling cheap and bad quality relics or even fake relics. There were also cases where a fight broke because hunters who assumed the shop where they sold their relics to be affiliated to the hunter office. Hunter rank is something that is used to decide the value of a hunter. Even if he could earn profit from this deal, it was not worth that much to cause a problem with his hunter rank. At least that what Katsuragi though, since he knew well just how good of a hunter Akira was. That was exactly why he needed to make sure that Akira understood this point. Akira then answered back calmly. I don't mind as long as you'll buy expensive relics from me. At the moment I need money more than a hunter rank. If I find your price is not high enough, I'll sell my relics back at the hunter office just like usual. I see. Well then we have a deal here. Katsuragi then smiled befitting of a merchant and sealed their deal by shaking Akira's hand. He then turned to Cheryl and extended his hand for a handshake. But Cheryl was at a loss and did not reach for his hand. What's wrong? Won't even shake my hand, huh? I am sorry. Cheryl reached Katsuragi's hand in panic and shook it. But suddenly Katsuragi gripped her hand strongly. Cheryl was so surprised that she shifted her gaze to Katsuragi. The moment she saw Katsuragi's face, Cheryl froze up. He might be smiling but his eyes were glaring at her. Don't you dare betray me. It was clear that Katsuragi was threatening Cheryl through his tone, glare, expression and his strong grip. It was as if he was indicating Cheryl what would happen to her if she did not heed his warning. People got corrupted by riches. As a merchant, Katsuragi knew that very well. Only economic distress could lower the threshold for such a thing to happen. That was exactly why the price of one's life in the slum city was abnormally cheap. With only the price of a single bullet, one could trample over the life and trust of the other person in the slum city. When making a deal with someone from the slum city, this much of intimidation was very much necessary. That was what Katsuragi thought. But he went too far there. Katsuragi usually made such a deal with hunters who regularly fight monsters in the wasteland. So this level of intimidation usually shown to those hunters was simply too much to handle for a little girl from the slum. As such, Cheryl was left trembling in fear, unable to even answer back. Katsuragi understood that he overdid it as he lowered his intimidation. But then Akira suddenly said, "If she gives you too much trouble, then just tell me. I'll take care of her myself." "Oh, what would you do? Be more precise." "I'll kill her and throw her somewhere in the wasteland." Cheryl shivered while Katsuragi was surprised by those words since it did not sound like Akira was joking. "Whoa, you're really a straightforward person, huh? We risk our lives by working in the wasteland, so the people in the slum city should also put their lives at stake in order to live. She should understand this. And she is not a fool who thinks she can go against me." "You think? There's nothing for sure in this world. If that's not true, I won't accept getting attacked by two groups of monsters on the same day." "You can say that again." Katsuragi laughed merrily. He then released Cheryl's hand and showed a friendly smile to her. "Sorry that I intimidated you after all. There are all kinds of people in this world, so I have to be careful. Putting that aside, I hope we can get along well." "Why, yes." Cheryl tried her best to make a friendly smile, but she only ended up with a crooked smile. Akira did not bat an eyelash on that as he continued by asking a question to Katsuragi. By the way, do you sell information terminal? I need something cheap that can be used without complicated setting. And I'm fine with the most basic one." Even if you say the most basic one, every person has a different interpretation of that, you know? It's fine as long as it can be used to contact me. It's for Cheryl so that she can keep in touch with me. In that case, that'll be 20,000 orum. Akira handed 20,000 orum to Katsuragi and received the information terminal. He then connected it to his own information terminal to finish the essential settings before giving it to Cheryl. You can contact me with this if anything happens. If you can't contact me for an extended period of time, just assume me to be dead. Remember that I'll assume the same in case I'm unable to contact you too. I understand, thank you. And also about showing up in the base regularly, as I thought it's not a good idea to decide the time now. After all, I always spend my time doing what I want to do, so it would be too much trouble if I book my schedule beforehand. I don't mind if you call me to show up in the base, and if I'm in the mood, then I'll show up. But that doesn't mean that you can call me every day, okay? Why, yes. Well then I have work to do, so I'm going back home. As for you, you should discuss with Katsuragi about what kind of help that you need from him. But Katsuragi then called Akira with a displeased tone. Whoa, you came here after all, so why don't you buy something before leaving? Sorry, I'm a bit tight on money right now, but I'll buy next time. After saying that, Akira left. Katsuragi then turned to Cheryl. Well, now Akira did say that too, so let's finish up on the details, shall we? Do you have some time? Yes. I'm okay, I'll be in your care. Cheryl regained her composure as she politely bowed to Katsuragi. Katsuragi took a scan of her again, trying to evaluate her before he laughed lightly and asked her. Well, Akira's gone now, so I want to ask you this again. What is your relationship with that boy? It's as he said before. I see. Let me rephrase my question then. What do you want your relationship to be? Are you aiming to be his lover or even wife perhaps? Cheryl knew that it might cause trouble if she gave Katsuragi a bad answer, so instead she answered back with a question. That is, he's helping my gang. Is there anything more than that? Katsuragi smiled, still with his merchant expression. There are a lot of things other than that. You see, I'm planning to get along with Akira for a long time, which means that I might need to get along with you too. But that depends on what your relationship with him is, right? So I should at least confirm whether you want to get into a closer relationship with him, or will he abandon you instead? So then what is it? Looking at how he behaved just now, do you think it's possible for you? Cheryl knew well that she was being appraised there, so she laughed confidently and said, Of course that's my plan. Not to mention that I believe Akira likes me, you know? After all, he even did something like this for me, right? I believe that his behavior just now was to show Katsuragi-san not to think lightly of us, although we're just small children from the slum city. After all, Akira is also a hunter. She knew that if she pulled back now, then she would be looked down upon. Although she knew that she was saying too much, she still tried her hardest to make an expression full of confidence. But Katsuragi kept staring at Cheryl while trying to look deeper into her words. He then let out a sigh. That sounds like you tried to seduce him with your body, only to get rejected. Cheryl froze up. Looking at that, Katsuragi just smiled invincibly. That face is saying, how in the world do you know that? It's not that rare for hunters who have a high income to bring their girls to my shop. In due time, I became able to see whether those hunters are genuinely interested in the girls that they're bringing or if they're thinking of abandoning those girls anytime soon. After all, it's one of the essential skills for a merchant, you see. If it's the former, then it's a good chance to sell expensive equipment. After all, they would want to flaunt in front of the girls that they are interested in. To be honest, your situation seems more inclined to the latter, you know? Actually, it was a bet to draw out the truth from Cheryl. Katsuragi actually did not have any evidence to say that far. But after seeing how Cheryl reacted, he at least knew that Cheryl did try to seduce Akira only to get rejected. But still, I think it can't be helped, you know? Sorry to say this, but someone like you is just... it's not like I'm mocking you here. It's more like I'm talking about the standards. I think Akira's standards are higher. What do you mean? Cheryl could not help but to make a confused expression. Normally, Cheryl would be able to hold herself back, but now it only showed how much she was shocked by Katsuragi's words. She was also very interested in knowing about Akira's standards. She thought that she may be able to reap some benefits from it in future. Katsuragi smiled as if he found her reaction amusing to him. This is only my theory, but there's a lot of beautiful hunters out there. When I say hunters, I mean like hunters who properly earn their money from working as a hunter and not like those who are hunters in name only. Of course, each person has a different basis on what kind of beauty that would make them think a girl is beautiful. But there's at least a common ground there for everyone. And I believe that would be their health. Health? Huh. Yes, the complexity of the skin, the shine on the hairs, the amount of meat in one's body. I think most of the people think that a healthy girl is a beautiful girl. So if you use this point of view, then many of the female hunters are beautiful girls. After all, an unhealthy girl will have problems with maneuvering around. In order to survive in the wasteland, a hunter should keep his or her body in tip-top shape. That's exactly why they would stock powerful medicine to heal their wounds and recover their fatigue. The healing medicines always heal wounds on the cellular level. Thus it would also heal damaged skin. Not to mention that exploring the wasteland is hard work, so it's impossible for them to get fat. Moreover, some of the medicines would instantly convert any excess fat into energy. Thus I think that health and natural look are the basis of beauty. Cheryl listened closely to what Katsuragi said. And at the same time, she also cursed the things that she could not do anything about. The cellular level of healing from the medicines can also be thought of as an anti-aging process. That's why some of the hunters stay beautiful past their prime. But well, you can also say that it's due to all kinds of beauty products that they can buy from the money that they earn. So then, if we have to compare you with those girls, well, the female hunters that Akira is acquainted with are all beautiful girls. Katsuragi then remembered about Elena and Sarah. Both of them were beautiful girls. Not to mention that they brought Akira to their home when Akira fainted. So he thought that those two girls must be in a good term with Akira. Katsuragi thought that it would not be strange if Akira already got used to seeing such beautiful girls. Thus his standard for beautiful girls would have been pulled higher. Cheryl's voice trembled a bit as she said, "So, what do you want me to do? Is there any meaning in telling me all this?" Seeing that there was a shred of frustration in Cheryl's behavior, Katsuragi just gave her a meaningful smile. "What I'm going to tell you after this is for your sake, so that you understand this better. I'll give you something good, so just wait here for a bit." After saying that, Katsuragi went back to his trailer. Cheryl could hear his voice from outside the trailer. "Darius, do you know where those prototypes weapons are kept? You stuffed them back while saying that it won't sell at all, and you're going to return them back, didn't you?" You're right." Not too long after that, Katsuragi returned to Cheryl with a big rucksack, and then he just put that rucksack in front of Cheryl. "Sorry for the wait. I'll give this to you, it's a souvenir from me, take it home with you." That bag was stuffed with foods that were near their expiration date, guns that did not sell, and many other things. All of them were valuable things to Cheryl. Thus Cheryl bowed while being flustered. Thank you very much." From inside that bag, Katsuragi took out a few things and showed it to Cheryl. There are soaps, makeup kits, and many other things inside this bag. Although they're just trial products, there are also medicines that were produced for hunters' use, so it should be better than those cheap medicines. Remember, you should be at least beautiful enough to make Akira think that he's lucky when you try to seduce him. Let me tell you this up front though, this is just an investment. I'm not sure why Akira helps you, but for now, you're the reason why he'll come to me to sell his relics. So you should work hard so that Akira would not abandon you, and so that he'll keep selling relics to me. You get that?" Cheryl still tried to smile even though she could not make a perfect smile. "Why yes. I'm looking forward to us working together for a long term." Katsuragi then laughed loudly with a shred of expectation in his gaze. Before going back to his inn, Akira decided to visit Shizuka's shop to replenish his ammo. The moment he entered the shop, Shizuka immediately noticed him and waved at him. Akira found it strange for the person at the counter to take initiative like that, but even so, he just obediently walked to the counter and went on with his order just like usual. "Shizuka-san, I have come to buy some ammo again, this time I spent a lot of them. So I'll be buying more than USU dash." Shizuka stopped Akira's words and hugged him tightly. Akira was flustered when Shizuka hugged him. He could feel Shizuka's body temperature, and there was a soft sensation hitting him from the front. He was so embarrassed and confused as he tried to break off Shizuka's hug. But Shizuka kept her arms tight even after knowing that. "I heard about everything from Elena and Sarah. I know well that being a hunter is a dangerous job, And I understand that you need to go above your own limit from time to time. That's why I can't say don't do anything dangerous or don't push yourself too hard. So at least please let me say this, I'm glad that you're fine. Shizuka tightened her embrace for once more before letting off. Akira smiled while looking a bit surprised, but his expression immediately changed to contentment as he bowed to Shizuka. I'm sorry to have made you worry, but I'm okay now. Akira's reply was so well composed that it was not something that would come out from someone who was unconscious for a few days. Shizuka smiled, feeling relieved since it looked like it was not just a facade and Akira was really fine. It's all good as long as you're fine. Ammo replenishment, right? I'll bring it right away, just wait here. While Akira was waiting for Shizuka, Elena suddenly entered the shop. She noticed Akira as she smiled at him and walked to his side. Akira, so you've woken up, huh? I never thought to meet you here. Although I already told Sarah to contact me as soon as you wake up dash. Elena stopped her words mid-sentence as she noticed a notification came up on her information terminal. She then checked the notification and smiled bitterly. It just came. That's Sarah, she must have forgotten about it. Akira then bowed to Elena. Elena-san, I'm sorry to have caused you a lot of trouble, and thank you very much for taking care of me. And also, sorry for occupying the bed for a few days. Don't worry about that. It's big enough for us to sleep together after all. But that aside, Sarah used to unconsciously hug you like a pillow though, so are you okay? That girl is an augmented human, you know. Although she looks like that, she's actually very strong. She didn't break any of your bones, right? Elena smiled teasingly, to which Akira could only return it with an awkward smile. I am fine. I bet that was just a joke. Cheryl dragged her feet to her base. She was on her limit in every sense. Because Akira did not visit the base for some time, a lot of the gang members started to doubt her. She feared that she would get killed. And when Akira finally came to her base, one of the gang members attacked him. It was just disastrous. She thought that Akira would kill her. And then she met a weapon merchant called Katsuragi, and was overwhelmed by his intimidation. She again thought that she would get killed. Finally, Akira said clearly in front of her that he would kill her himself if she did anything foolish. But when Cheryl returned back to her base, she should behave as if everything was well and she would need to direct her subordinates as if nothing bad had happened. She should keep her poised and confident look in front of her gang members and in front of the other gangs too. At least she needed to keep that up until there was no need for her to fake it. But she was already at her limit now. Once she arrived in front of her base, Darius, who was accompanying her, casually put the heavy bag that he was carrying on the ground. I won't carry it inside, you should do the rest yourself. The gift that she received from Katsuragi was filled with guns and other useful things. It was quite heavy, so it would be hard for Cheryl to carry it herself. Moreover, it would be meaningless if that gift was robbed on her way back. That was why Katsuragi made a smart move and sent Darius to accompany her. Cheryl politely bowed her head to Darius. I understand. Thank you very much for carrying it all the way here. Well, it seems that you're having a hard time, so give your best, okay? Cheryl left a positive impression on Darius as he thought that she was a girl with proper manners, although she was raised in the slum city. Thus Darius left Cheryl with those words before he left the place. Cheryl was somehow able to carry that heavy bag inside the base. The moment she entered her base, all the children in her gang already lined up there waiting for her. Although it was a correct manner for welcoming the boss, it was obvious that Cheryl looked angry. She thought that she would not see one face anymore as she glared at that person that she deemed unnecessary in her gang. It was Ario. And here I thought that you'll be gone already, but you're still here, huh? Ario flinched back in fear as he tried to calm Cheryl down. Cheryl, I'm really sorry. Sorry? If you have the brain to recognize that you're at fault, then you should have been gone from here. He looked like a normal boy. Although he did carry a gun, he did not look like a strong hunter at all. That's why I thought that he was tricking you, you see. A normal boy, huh? Normal, right? Ario, who was frozen still, did not look like he could spout any excuses, while on the other hand, Cheryl had already reached her limit. As such, Cheryl had an outburst now. A normal kid, huh? So for you, a kid who can defeat 3 armed hunters is normal, huh? A kid who can do this is normal, huh? So that's normal inside your head, huh? If it's normal for you, then you can do that too, right? In that case, you go ahead and do that too. Go to the ruins and get some relics, then get ambushed on your way back and successfully fight your way out. You should be able to do that, right? So go and do that. Cheryl, who just had an outburst, tried to control her breathing. Ario was so scared that he could not move at all, and the other children could do nothing but stand frozen there. Cheryl then turned to the other children and shouted, "Get that fool out from here. Quickly. Please wait. Get him out of here right now. I'm your boss here and I'm telling you to kick him out. You accepted that I'm the boss, right? If you don't accept me as your boss, then you get out of this place too." The children around Ario then looked at each other before they grabbed Ario's shoulders and arms and dragged him outside. Ario just obediently let himself be dragged outside the base while hanging his head low. Cheryl calmed her breathing. She understood that she had lost her composure just now, so in order to avoid making any mistake, she tried to at least regain her composure as she took a deep breath. Alicia, a girl who was close to Ario, then spoke to Cheryl. As a Cheryl about Ario. Cheryl then let out a very long sigh and expelling all the anger left inside her heart. Thanks to that, she was at least able to clear most of the anger left inside her heart and regained her composure to think straight. But even so, she looked at Alicia with a stern look. I know, but we can't do that now. We can't let Ario stay in this gang, you know at least that much, right? At least until we have more people in the gang that Akira won't notice if Ario is mixed up a member of the gang, or until Akira has forgotten his anger about him. But until then, we can't let him in the gang. Other children were surprised after hearing Cheryl's words. Then one of them asked Cheryl, "Increase the members? In this situation? We should at least be able to give some benefits to Akira as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would abandon us. We need to remember that he is not helping us out of kindness. If he abandons us, it would be the end for us." But how? Thanks to Akira, we got a connection to a weapon merchant called Katsuragi. We are somehow able to get some help from that merchant. We have no other choice but to use that connection and try a lot of different things. Cheryl then opened the bag which she carried. The children who saw the foods, guns and other things inside the bag could not help but let out shouts of joy. For now we were able to get a lot of things thanks to Katsuragi and Akira. So we should come up with a plan before distribute dash. Cheryl caught some children trying to extend their hands to reach inside the bag. She shouted in a loud voice, "If you take anything from it without my permission, then I'll kill you." The children then stopped from reaching the bag before slowly retracting their arms. Cheryl glanced at everyone there, thinking about how hard the road ahead for her was to develop the gang. She let out a big sigh. That day, just like usual, Elena only wrapped herself in a bath towel after finishing her bath while operating the information terminal that was fixed on her head. Looking at that, Sarah let out a sigh and said, "Elena, just because Akira already went home, are you going to relax around the house like that again?" When Akira was in their home, Elena knew that it would be bad if she stayed like that. Although Akira was only a younger boy and was asleep, he was still a boy. That was why she always put on her clothes where Akira was sleeping so that it would be fine if Akira woke up anytime. But now that Akira had already gone home, she started to turn back to her old habits. Elena ignored that question. She then even criticized Sarah, who was only wearing a t-shirt on her undies. "It's fine, isn't it? Moreover, I don't want you to preach me while you look like that yourself. Was that what you were wearing when Akira woke up?" "Yes." "Sarah, what the heck were you thinking? You should at least be more careful." "It's okay." Akira's reaction was pretty amusing. "I don't mean it like that, good grief." Looking at Elena, who looked like she had already given up on her, Sarah just laughed lightly and said to Elena, "Well, it's fine, right? It's just a small service for someone who we owe our lives to." Elena was shocked when she heard that, as she immediately turned to Sarah. Sarah's face also turned serious. "It was Akira who saved us back then in the wasteland, you know?" "I see." Elena's reaction was way lighter than Sarah had expected. Thus Sarah looked a bit surprised. "You don't seem that surprised, huh?" "I somehow expected that, you know. Isn't it the same for you too? But since it seemed like Akira wanted to keep that a secret, I decided not to inquire him about that. I don't think that Akira would say it himself, so I bet you asked him first, right? Was it okay? Sarah smiled bitterly as she looked a bit apologetic. It went fine. He even apologized for keeping it a secret. Although it was me who pressured him for an answer. Well, it's fine then. Wait, that's not fine. You did say you are sorry for pressuring him, right? I did say sorry, you know. It's all good then. Now that we know that he was the one who saved us, we owe him our lives, so be sure not to cause him too much trouble, okay? I know. After talking thus far, Sarah then looked at Elena with a serious face. So Elena, I have a request for you. I'm sure you have a lot of questions that you want to ask him, but please don't ask him anything and don't tell anyone about him. After all, I did promise Akira about that. So please, I'm begging you. I know that you might not be fully convinced, but please don't ask anything and promise me the same. Sarah was desperate because she did promise Akira that. That was why she resolved herself to definitely get her best friend's promise now. In contrast to Sarah, who was looking dead serious there, Elena just casually but strongly nodded. I understand. I give you my promise. I won't ask anything needless and I won't tell anyone else. So there's no need for you to worry. You're okay with that? Sarah was surprised seeing how Elena just gave her promise so easily like that. But Elena just smiled and said, I told you this, right? I expected this. That was why I was at least able to guess why he was hiding it and what he would not want us to ask him. I bet you asked Shizuka too, right? So don't worry, I'll keep my lips sealed tight about this. And like I said before, I don't want to cause too much trouble to someone that we owe our lives to. Sarah was surprised and then smiled bitterly. You already know everything, huh? Am I that easy to read? After all, you suddenly asked me about the people who can connect to the old domain. Sarah, when you want to hide something, you should be careful when you ask your questions, you know? Because the people that you asked would at least think of why you asked that question. Sarah realized her mistake and felt a bit downhearted, but she then decided to just change the mood and smiled. As I thought, it is correct to leave negotiations to you. Yep, just leave that to me. Next time we meet Akira, I need to properly say my thanks too. After saying that, Elena smiled pleasantly and laughed. Sarah, now that we know the real identity of our savior, what do you think after realizing that he's not a young man from a rich family? Sarah looked a bit annoyed and embarrassed. Please spare me from the teasing. Although Sarah was a bit confused about Elena's remark, she remembered the embarrassing imagination she had of their savior. She couldn't help but blush heavily, which was rare for Sarah. Seeing how her best friend looked a bit at loss at first and finally coming to a conclusion herself, Elena just smiled amusingly. Rebuild World Chapter 21 Unnecessary Things. Akira was dragging his feet within the Kazusuhara ruins. He was only able to walk at this speed by stopping every few steps to take a breath. But even with all this struggle with walking, he was somehow able to banish the thought of lying down, to continue dragging his feet once again. The reason why he was walking so slowly was because of the rucksack on his back. It was filled with relics up to its brim, and it was so heavy that it made his legs shake while carrying it. He was somehow able to carry it thus far, but he suddenly mumbled a complaint. Alpha, I'm thinking, isn't this a bit too much? Can we leave some of the relics behind? He knew that if he could bring it back, it would definitely fetch him a huge amount of money. Not to mention that he was the one who previously complained about bringing only a small quantity of relics. But the rucksack he was carrying was heavy enough to make him suggest leaving some of the relics behind. But Alpha rejected his complaint with a serious face. No, we won't do that. To be honest, I think I underestimated your bad luck. Right when we decided to go out to the wasteland for training for a day, you got attacked by 2 groups of monsters right away. Even I didn't see that coming, you know? So in order to prepare you to face bad luck anytime, we need to get you better equipment as soon as possible. The money that we earn from these relics will be used to buy that equipment, so you should give your best for a little while longer. I understand your point, but... Alpha could see that Akira was not just displeased, there was another complicated expression mixed in his face. So Alpha too made a displeased look as she said to Akira, "Oh my, are you saying that I should give better support so that you would not need more equipment?" Just for your information, I'm always giving my best support, you know? That's not what I meant. Your support is really helpful to me. Even back there too, I would have died if it wasn't for your support. I'm really thankful and I do trust you. But still. Akira's trust and gratitude were not fake, but there were a lot of other things inside his head. For some reason, I feel like I'm constantly in danger since the day I met Alpha. But again, facing dangers is a professional hazard as a hunter, and I met Alpha on the first day I became a hunter. So it can be said that it's only to be expected, but still. That was what Akira thought, but he could not fully convince himself with that reasoning. Hearing his reply, Alpha's expression changed from displeasure to exasperation. Good grief. Although you got such a beautiful lady like myself around for the whole day taking care of a lot of things for you, you are still complaining like this, huh? Akira, aren't you just too greedy? It might be because Akira was so tired that he looked irritated. Greedy, huh? And when I thought you had no interest in the opposite sex, you did react to Shizuka, Sarah, and Elena, right? As I thought, having a physical body that you can touch is a big factor to you, huh? Akira coughed and flustered as he wondered whether he really reacted that much to Shizuka and the other girls. Since I can't entice you with touches, I wonder if I can entice you with appearance instead. Maybe being naked works well? No, judging from how you reacted to Sarah, I think suggestive clothing works better. Alpha then removed all of her clothing and exposed her beautiful skin without anything to hide them. She then put on sexy underwear before layering it with a thin and almost transparent dress. Her transparent dress blurred into the light, showing a beautiful figure. Her glossy skin was tremendously charming. The shadow created on the opposite side of the light was captivating. Everything about her was so sensuously inviting. But in contrast, Akira's reaction was very dull. He simply lightly blushed before he let out a slight sigh. All right, I'm sorry. I won't complain again, so switch back to your normal cloth. But Alpha just ignored that as she pointed towards the ruins. Akira, there's somebody over there. Just put on your cloth first. Over there, huh? Akira then pulled out his binoculars and scanned towards the direction that Alpha pointed. He could see a young boy running desperately. That boy, I've seen him somewhere before. He's the young boy that attacked you back in Cheryl's base. Is he heading here to kill you for revenge or something? Now that you mention it, he indeed looks like that boy. Akira remembered that someone attacked him, but he did not remember the face. But for now, that boy did not look like he was following Akira's footprints. So Akira decided to just keep his eyes on him for a while. Ever since Ario was banished from Cheryl's gang, he had been looking for a way to get reinstated. He heard the recent development of the gang from Alicia, who he was close with. He came to know that the gang recently got a helping hand from a merchant named Katsuragi. Thanks to that, the economy of the gang developed very well. This fact only made him regret his foolish action. And since he had no connection that could help him join any other gang, and he already had someone that he could trust in Cheryl's gang, he wanted to return back to Cheryl's gang no matter what. Alicia told him that although Cheryl would not be able to do it in front of Akira, she was actually planning to let him join the gang again after a while. Thus, Ario spent his days in the back alley clinging onto that hope. But there was no guarantee that he would be alive until that time comes. Thus, he had to do something before he loses any more time. He thought hard and made a gamble. He asked Alicia to lend him a gun, and went to Kazusuhara ruins looking for relics. In order to return back, Ario had to talk with either Cheryl or Akira. But it was not a problem that could be solved by prostrating and begging for forgiveness. He will have to bring something of worth with him, and bringing a relic from the ruins would be the perfect souvenir. He thought that would be enough as an apology to both Akira, a hunter who was working by hunting for relics, and Cheryl, his boss, who told him to fetch a relic from the ruins. That was why he decided to look for relics in the ruins. An expensive relic could turn a normal person into a rich personage in one go. It was the most common dream for the people of the slum, but Ario soon realized that it would just stay as a dream to him. He now knew that another kid from the slum, just like him, had become a hunter, and he was so close to realizing that dream, so he thought he too might also have a shot at becoming rich. Both their dreams might be different, but he hoped to at least be able to grab a fragment of that dream by a lucky encounter. That was why he took the gamble to try his luck in the ruins. But Ario's gamble easily went to ash. He immediately met a monster the moment he went to the ruins. He did try to fight back with his gun, but since he was in a panic and he had no real skill in using a gun, none of his shots hit the monster. And it did not take very long for him to deplete the low quantity of ammo that he was carrying. Ario, who had lost his means of fighting, then dropped the heavy gun he was carrying as he ran as fast as he could from the monster that was trying to eat him. The ruins filled with debris was not an easy terrain for him to traverse, but that was not the case for the monster that was chasing him. Thus it would be very difficult for him to outrun that hungry monster. It was only a matter of time for that monster to catch up with him. Akira was watching Ario with a confused look. Going to the ruins without a gun, huh? That guy is really careless. Alpha smiled teasingly. You're right. But he's just like you during that time, right? The only difference between that boy and you is that he, unfortunately, won't get to meet me. It was true he was not that different from Akira from back then. But since Akira met a group of weapon dog on his first day, he might have been actually more careless than Ario in a sense. Akira smiled bitterly after realizing this. The scene of Ario running away from the monster reminded him of himself, and Akira's face turned serious. What Akira was seeing from his binocular was what would have happened to him had he not met Alpha. It was obvious as to how this scene would end. It would only take a few more seconds for that monster to catch up with Ario and another second for that monster to severely injure him. If that happened, then that would be the end of Ario's life. That was also how Akira's life too could have ended in a different storyline. You're right. That's me, huh? Akira mumbled those words as he picked up his gun. Seeing his action, Alpha looked surprised. Are we going to help him? Yeah, this must be some kind of fate. Let's help him and improve my luck. Moreover, he came at the right time. Akira laughed lightly as he carefully took aim and pulled the trigger of his gun. After Ario used all of his stamina and power to escape from the pursuit of the monster, he finally hit his limit. The road in front of him was blocked by rubble, and he had no path to run. As he turned back in panic, he could see the hungry monster opening its huge jaw, showing its big sharp fangs as its saliva splattered around. It was the end for him. Ario's face distorted in terror as he waited for the impending death to reach him. And right when that monster jumped towards him, it suddenly rolled over. Then gunshot kept reverberating as bullet splinters ricocheted around the monster. Blood spurted out of the holes that opened up on the monster's body, dyeing the earth red. But even so, the monster was still alive. Although it was wobbly and unstable, the monster got back on its feet. Then another bullet tore through its limbs and it fell down on the pool of its own blood. When it tried to stand up again, another bullet tore through it. But this time the monster shivered and finally stopped moving. Ario was dumbfounded for a moment. After he regained his composure, he finally realized that he was saved. He then mumbled in a happy and relieved voice, "I'm saved? I'm saved. I'm saved." Ario tried to calm down his breathing while still looking excited. He then turned towards the direction where he heard the gunshot from, to look for the person who just saved him. But the moment he saw his savior, his expression froze. The person that he saw in that direction was the same person that he attacked the other day. It was the person that he met in Cheryl's base who aimed his gun at him as he was lying on the ground and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. Ario's face twitched when he saw Akira waving at him. Ario was dragging his feet in the middle of the ruins. He looked like he was having a hard time as he said, "This is so heavy." The reason for that was because the rucksack that Akira was carrying was now transferred to Ario's back. It was an exchange of favor for saving his life. Although to be perfectly honest, he actually had no way to refuse it. The leg-crushing weight assaulted him, who was already tired from running away from the monster. He felt like he would not be able to stand back up if he fell over. Thus, he tried his best not to trip as he slowly dragged his feet. They encountered monsters from time to time, but Akira, who walked in front of him, would take them out easily. From his back, Akira looked like he was just walking normally, but every time they met a monster, Akira was able to detect them and take a preemptive shot to kill them. Ario did not even have the slightest idea of how Akira could detect those monsters. Was Akira fighting monsters while carrying this heavy rucksack all the time until he met me? Did he also take them out so easily like this while carrying this rucksack? No wonder why he could defeat Sibia and the others all by himself. Did I really pick a fight against this monster? That explains why Cheryl got so angry at me. Now that I think about it, that was really stupid of me. Ario's fear of Akira just multiplied several times, and it made him regret his action even more than before. After getting released from the burden of his rucksack, Akira was shooting down monsters in a good mood. But he then looked puzzled as he stared at the monsters that he just killed. Alpha, do these monsters always roam around this area? Alpha then looked puzzled too as she said, I guess some of the monsters that attacked Katsuragi ended up staying around this area. Or maybe those are rare monsters that came here attracted by that pile of meat from back then. Or maybe they're normal monsters that have gone through an evolution. These monsters are dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, the monster's distribution in the ruins will change and it'll cause ruin exploration to be even more dangerous than before. And even with your ability and my support, we might need to stop exploring the ruins for a while. It was the right choice to bring a lot of relics this time. Alpha said that it would be dangerous even with her support. It showed just how dangerous the situation would really be. Akira understood that very well as his face turned grim. They're really that dangerous, huh? Let's hurry up and go home for now. Roger that. Akira picked up the pace. Of course, Ario, who was carrying heavy rucksacks, suffered more than him, as he desperately tried to catch up with Akira. Once they arrived at the city, they immediately headed to Katsuragi's portable shop and trailer. Ario squeezed every little stamina that he had as he went for the last spurt. When they arrived in front of the trailer, Katsuragi, who was watching the shop, immediately noticed Akira and Ario. Akira, huh? This time you're bringing a boy rather than a girl with you, huh? But that aside, you really didn't betray my expectations. This time you are here as a customer, right? Yeah, I'm a customer today. Although I'm only here to sell relics. Ah, selling relics, huh? Well, whatever it is, I welcome any customers. So then where's the relic? Akira then pointed at the rucksack that Ario was carrying. Looking at that, Katsuragi smiled in a good mood. That looks quite a lot. Bring it to the back. After the three of them went to the back of the trailer, Akira started putting out all the relics that he wanted to sell. At first, he just put out everything from inside the rucksack randomly before Alpha told him to keep the medicines. So then Akira asked Alpha through telepathy, is it a bad idea if I put it out just to show it to him? It's better to be safe. You wouldn't be able to refuse if he asks you insistently to sell those relics, right? Depending on the price, wouldn't it be okay to sell at least one box? Nope. That one box might be the thing that saves you from certain death, you know? So be sure to retain it. Since Akira himself did not want to die, he started to carefully put out the relics. After scanning all the relics that were piled up in front of him, Katsuragi chuckled. I don't know where this boy got all of these relics, but this amount is pretty impressive. As I thought, this boy will be a successful hunter. I have to get on his good side no matter what. After that, Katsuragi appraised all the relics and did the mental calculation. He then put on his merchant smile and looked at Akira. Well then, how about if I take everything for 5 million orum? Katsuragi's face was filled with honesty and sincerity of a merchant. But that sincerity was mixed with some hidden fees that were needlessly added. Alpha then casually said to Akira, not good enough. After hearing that, Akira immediately said to Katsuragi, I understand. I'll take them to the hunter office then. As Akira went to pick up his relics and put them back inside the rucksack, Katsuragi went to panic mode and said, Wait. Well, like this is where you should haggle, right? Don't just give up now. Akira then looked coldly at Katsuragi, who tried to gamble his chance with him there. You can go ahead and do that with your other merchant friends. I have no interest in doing something like that. You have one more chance to decide the price, and if I'm not satisfied with that, I'll just take them to the hunter office. Katsuragi knew that it was not a bluff when Akira said that, so he did not have any other choice but to rethink his price. I understand. 8 million orum. How about that? Well, that sounds good. Sounds good to me. You should do that right from the start next time, okay? Alright then, we have a deal here. The relics that Katsuragi bought were moved into his trailer. He would eventually sell those relics at a higher price than what he had paid to Akira. After all, that was where his ability as a merchant would shine. No one would complain even if he sold those relics at a higher price, since he had to spend more money on the appraisal, getting a quality assurance certificate, among many other things. Katsuragi was in a good mood since he got himself a good deal. "How do you want me to pay you? Do you want it in cash? It's easier for me to pay you through bank transfer though." Akira had always been living in the slum city up until recently, so he did not have a bank account yet. Although he could easily open a bank account by doing some simple paperwork in the Hunter office, the reason he did not do that was because up until now, he had no need for a bank account. So he tried to let the subject slide as he casually said, "There are people that only accept payment with cash. But I'll do something about it when I need to handle a larger amount of money." Katsuragi then glanced at Ario and was fully convinced with that reasoning. If Akira wanted to give money to Cheryl's gang, it would be better if he did it with cash. "I understand, so it's cash, right? Then wait for a bit." Katsuragi went inside his trailer and returned back with 8 million orum in big bundles. Seeing this much money shocked Ario, who was lying down out of exhaustion, so much that his eyes bulged like saucers. Alpha had warned Akira not to overreact, so he just calmly took the money and placed it into his rucksack and closed it. Looking at how Akira and Katsuragi conversed, Ario realized the big chasm between him and Akira. 8 million orum was a huge amount of money to the children from the slum city. Ario thought that even Akira would be shocked, but Akira proved his expectations wrong and received the money calmly without any emotional fluctuations. Akira noticed that Ario was looking at him with a complicated look, but he could not understand why. Akira was at a loss whether to send Ario home now, since he had finished with carrying the rucksack and had no further business with him, or should he give Ario a portion of the money. Akira did not even know if it was a good idea to ask Ario about that. But then he said, "That's it then, I have no other business with you. You can go back home now. I've saved you back there so you get nothing from me. Later then." Watching Akira as he picked up his rucksack and was about to return on his way, Ario realized that it was his only chance to ask Akira to help him in getting back to Cheryl's gang. But if he asked him poorly, Akira might think that he was trying to ask for a share of the money and get angry at him instead. Thus he desperately tried to be careful as he asked Akira, "Can you please ask Cheryl to let me return back to her gang? I was banished because of what I did back then. You might have saved me, but without the gang I would get killed sooner or later. So please help me. I even helped you carry that heavy rucksack, you know? So I'm at least helpful to you, right? Please help me." Akira looked back at Ario with an expressionless face. It was him trying to act calmly to hide the fact that he was carrying a huge amount of money. But Ario did not understand that, and he began sweating in a panic, thinking that he had made Akira angry. Ario realized that he was a bit too forceful when he requested Akira's help, but if Akira refused to help him now, then it would really be the end for him. If Akira thought that he was being rude, it would mean he would have zero chance to return to Cheryl's gang. But on the other hand, he had no confidence if he could live by himself in the back alley of the slum city, and he did not have the courage to go to the ruins once again. Thus he prayed hard so that Akira would help him. "Well, we can go to Cheryl's place right now." Watching Akira as he immediately turned and started walking towards Cheryl's base, Ario was dumbfounded as he followed Akira. He was still dazed from what he just heard. It seemed that his plea was heard, and he now hoped that he would not get scolded by Cheryl later. Katsuragi, who watched this scene unfold in front of him, thought that Akira did a great job in taming Ario. Cheryl's gang was doing good. After all, her gang members were basically the same gang members that were in Sibia's gang. And the information that Akira, who killed Sibia, was supporting the gang was already well known among the people of the slum. Not to mention that the gang was able to get a steady flow of money and guns from Katsuragi. Adding up all of those factors together, people of the slum city already recognized that Cheryl's gang was not just a gathering of slum kids, but a proper gang, albeit a small and weak one. When a small but weak gang appeared in the slum city, it was normal to expect that there would be people who wanted to join that gang. People like those who could not join any other gang because of some particular reasons, or those people who were treated coldly in their current gang. But there was also the fact that the boss, Cheryl, and the members who were running the gang, and even Akira, the one who was supporting the gang, were all small children. Because of that, there was no adult who wanted to join Cheryl's gang. As such, Cheryl's gang became a unique gang in the slum city where all its members were small children. Inside the base, Cheryl was talking with Alicia in a private room. "How's the cleanup in our territory? Is it going well? Did our gang get into any fights? After all, our territory should be a bit dirty right now, so it's to be expected for some people to be displeased with us." All the gangs in the slum city had one extra job, and that was to clean up their territory with any trash and garbage. Cleaning up one's territory was very important in the slum city, not only because it was an unwritten rule in the slum city, but also everything that a gang picked up during their cleanup became that gang's property. Although those were trash for the people who dumped them, most of them could still bring money for the people who lived in the slum city. Anything that still could be of use would be kept, while any metal object found would be gathered together and sold as wreckages. Then anything that looked like reparable would be repaired and used or sold to other people. And the leftover would be dumped in the wasteland. More than anything, cleaning up one's territory showed everyone that you owned the territory. Alicia begrudgingly recalled her conversation with her other friends that were on cleanup duty. There's quite a lot of people who complained about the number of corpses lying around. That's all, I guess. Well, that's to be expected. After all, no one cleaned up around this area until recently. The slum city was riddled with robbers. Thus, it was common to find corpses of either the victims or the robbers or even both. Of course, if no one took care of those corpses, they would just be left there to rot. It was the job of the gang who owned that territory to clean up those corpses together with their personal belongings. When Sibia was killed and the gang was disbanded, the territory was left unmanaged for a while. Thus, corpses piled up in the area since there was no one to clean up those corpses. Cheryl then gave out orders just like usual. Just get rid of the bodies like usual. Clear them up from any personal belongings and store their stuff in the warehouse. Then dump the rest in the wasteland. Also, give extra guns to the people who are on duty to go to the wasteland. Carrying dead bodies to the wasteland was not an easy job. Since there was a chance for them to encounter monsters, it was important to arm them with proper equipment. Thanks to Katsuragi, Cheryl was able to obtain the minimum required equipment for traversing the wasteland. Keeping one's territory clean from any corpses also brought benefits to the gang. After all, the government only picked a clean area to distribute their free food rations. So keeping the area clean increased the chance for the area to be picked as the distribution place. On the other hand, if corpses kept piling up in an area, the area would turn unhealthy, and the government might decide to sterilize the area with fire. In order to prevent the unhealthy environment from spreading around and affecting the lower district, they would literally set the area on fire. They would burn down everything, the people, the building, simply everything without leaving anything behind. Although the government always said that they had no other choice but to burn the area since such an environment would attract monsters, there were rumors that it was only an excuse that they used for pruning the population in the slum. Basically, a dirty territory was a likely target for this pruning. Because of this, all the gangs in the slum city put their complete effort to keep their territory clean. Alicia then carefully asked Cheryl, Cheryl, about the number of the gang's members. We got a lot of new members, right? Is that so? I don't think we have got enough members since we still can't keep our territory properly clean though. But if you mean to say that it's harder to take care of the gang compared to before, well, yeah, you're right, we have got a lot of new members. It was her first time managing a gang. Although she slowly got used to it, she was not confident if she was doing it well. I'm thinking of selecting you and few other people to help me manage the gang, you know? But I'm still evaluating who to pick. I know that it won't be easy, but do your best, okay? It would be impossible for Cheryl to directly manage everything in the gang, and it would only get worse as her gang grew in size. But even so, she still needed more people to join her gang. So considering that fact, Cheryl thought that she should hurry up and decide the group of people that would help her manage the gang. And since she was good at managing a group, she did not worry about the problems that might arise from creating such a group. But Alicia then continued in a vague way. Of course I'll give my best in that too, but that's not what I meant. What? Cheryl, do you think it's okay to let Ario rejoin once we get some more members? Alicia was worried about Ario. She did try to stop him back then, but Ario said that he did not have any other choice as he set off to the Kuzusuhara ruins. Although Alicia understood that Cheryl might even banish her if Cheryl came to know that she gave one of the gang's gun to Ario without permission, Alicia still gave it to Ario, hoping that he would be able to return back safely. The reason why Alicia volunteered herself to help Cheryl manage the gang was also because it would make it easier for her to give some of the gang's guns to Ario. Moreover, she thought that if she became useful to Cheryl, she might be able to change Cheryl's opinion bit by bit. But Cheryl's face turned sour. No. Although Alicia was staring at Cheryl with pleading eyes, Cheryl did not soften back at all as she continued. Just know it hasn't even been a month since that happened. You know? There's no way I would let him join back in such a short time. Akira would visit this place regularly from now on, you know. So if he catches the sight of Ario, it might end up worse than having to banish him. And he might even get angry at the other kids too. Don't you even understand that? There was silence between them. Although she said that, both of them did not yield back. Cheryl then said coldly, "If that's all, then get back to work and cool your head off." "All right." Alicia then exited the room while hanging her head low. Cheryl let out a sigh and stood up as she was about to head back to her work, but suddenly Alicia came running back to her. "Cheryl, Ario is here." Cheryl glared at Alicia and said coldly, "Kick him out. Alicia, you're so obstinate. Just give it a rest already or—" But then Alicia added to her report, "He has come here with Akira." Cheryl suddenly stiffened. She then hurried to the room where Akira was waiting for her, but before she entered the room, she stopped near the door to check Akira's mood. She then hid her sour feelings and entered the room. As she stepped into the room, she smiled at Akira while ignoring Ario, who was sitting beside Akira and awkwardly looking at her. "Welcome. Thank you very much for visiting us again today. Did Ario bother you again? Please let me say this beforehand. Ario was banished from the gang since that happened. So if he did something to you, we have nothing to do with him anymore." In contrast to Cheryl, who was trying to be as polite as possible in order not to ruin Akira's mood, Akira replied to her casually, "Yeah, that's what I heard too. If it's okay with you, can you let him rejoin the gang? Although, I'm totally fine if you're not okay with it. After all, you're the boss here." Cheryl was surprised when she heard Akira. "Well, I don't really mind if you say so, but are you really okay with that?" "Yeah, after all, he helped me a bit with my work today." Cheryl was in no position to reject Akira. If Akira told her to banish someone, she would do it without any hesitation. It also meant that she would accept anyone to her gang if Akira told her to do so, even if she found it strange or shocking, or even if she actually had some qualms in doing so, she would not do anything to ruin Akira's mood. Cheryl then smiled fondly at Akira as she said, "I understand. If that is the case, then I'll accept him." Ario looked relieved as he let out a sigh. Alicia looked very happy when she heard that, while Cheryl was at a loss as to whether or not she should ask for the details. Akira then turned to Ario and said with a serious look, "Ario, don't say anything unnecessary to Cheryl. And Cheryl, don't ask anything unnecessary to Ario. Okay?" I understand." "Okay." After hearing Ario answer back nervously and Cheryl, who was smiling, Akira lightly nodded and said, "That's all for today. Later then." Akira then left the building. Cheryl, who was smiling all the time, immediately changed to a puzzled look as she turned to Ario. "So what happened?" Ario thought of telling Cheryl what happened, but he knew that he had to be careful not to tell her the complete details of the story. So Ario tried to be very careful with his words. "Things happened and Akira ended up saving my life. Then after that, well, I had to help Akira. After I helped him, I begged him to help me talk with you to rejoin the gang. That's all." Ario then recalled back what he just said to make sure that he did not say anything unnecessary. "He saved your life, huh? How exactly did he?" Cheryl was about to ask for further details but stopped midway as she saw Ario desperately shaking his head. "Please stop here. I don't know what I should not reveal when Akira told me not to say anything unnecessary. If you ask me to tell you everything, I'll just tell you everything from the start. But if Akira comes to know of it, I'll tell him that you coerced me into telling the details, you know?" Ario looked scared when he said that. It was so different compared to when he was trying to punch Akira. Cheryl then asked Ario with a serious look. At least tell me this, Akira is not angry at you anymore, right? Ario went silent for a while as he seriously thought about the answer before opening his mouth. I think it's okay. If he wanted me dead, he would have left me to die. I see. In that case, I'll have you work right away. Make sure to watch over other kids so that they won't do anything stupid like you. We have guns this time, so if that event repeats again, I'm afraid it won't just end with Akira punching back. Ario replied back with a nod and a serious face. Roger that. After all, I don't want to get into any more trouble too. Looking at how Ario's behavior changed 180 degrees, Cheryl really wanted to know what happened, but she just shut that feeling off for now. Alicia was so happy that Ario was back in the gang. And with Ario watching around, it was unlikely for anyone to do anything stupid like what he did back then. He could also be useful for telling the new members of his experience as he was someone who did it. That was what Cheryl thought as she stopped herself from digging any deeper into Ario's story. Cheryl thought that the same thing happened to Ario back then might also happen to her if she tried to pry further, so she closed the lid tightly on this matter. Alicia smiled happily as she walked beside Ario. I'm really glad that you came back alive, Ario. Not to mention that you got to return back to the gang too. I don't really understand what happened, but it's all thanks to Akira, right? Yeah, you're right, he saved me back in the ruins. I have to thank him properly myself later. As Ario looked at Alicia, who was talking in such a happy mood, he remembered what happened to him back in the ruins. He was puzzled and thought, now that I think about it, Akira was fighting the monsters back then as if he knew the location of those monsters from the start. He also sometimes turned to a direction where nothing was present, as if someone was beside him. Ario then remembered that Akira told him not to say anything unnecessary. Right when he remembered that, he suddenly felt an unknown terror as he shivered and froze. Alicia looked puzzled when she saw that Ario suddenly stopped walking. Ario, what's wrong? Nah, it's nothing. Are you sure? Well, if you say so. By the way, you said that Akira saved you, so you were in danger, right? As I thought, did you get attacked by monsters and then get saved by Akira or something like dash? Alicia. Ario cut her midway, then looked at her with a serious face. While looking genuinely scared of something, he begged to Alicia, who was surprised by his behavior. I beg you. Please don't ask me anything about that. Okay. Alicia flinched as she answered back and nodded firmly. Ario finally realized what Akira meant when Akira warned him not to say anything unnecessary. Ario shivered as he thought about the consequences if he said anything about that to other people. Then he thought about what would happen to Alicia if he told her about Akira. But just thinking about that made a chill run down his spine. Looking at how Ario was behaving, Alicia worriedly asked him, Ario, are you really okay? Ario smiled to clear up Alicia's worry as he replied back, I'm okay. Ario then swore to himself to never reveal anything about Akira. Rebuild World Chapter 22. Ordering an augmented suit. When Akira returned back into his room, he was beaming. He could not contain his happiness. His eyes were locked onto the bundles of money on the floor. It was the payment that he got from selling relics to Katsuragi. 8 million orum. We got 200,000 orum just the other day, and I was thinking that the idea of living in a 20,000 orum per day room was already crazy enough. But this is just on a completely different level. He had to keep his cool outside, but once he returned back inside his room, there was no more need to hold himself back. When he received the money, he did not react much because it did not feel real to him at that time. But now that he looked at the pile of money for the second time, the reality finally seeped in and he was overwhelmed by it. Although the amount of money overwhelmed him, he had no idea what he would use it for. After all, if he could come up with some useful ideas on how to use this much money, he would not be staying in the slum city. Akira was simply mind blown by it. So for now, he was acting like a person from the slum city who was just lucky enough to get a huge amount of money. Alpha then calmly warned Akira, who was so excited. Let me tell you this beforehand, this money will be gone in no time. To be more precise, We will use everything tomorrow's afternoon. Akira was taken aback. You use everything? It's 8 million orum, you know? Yep. That spare money will be used up in no time. Spare money? No, 8 million orum is a huge amount of money, you know? With his sense of money, Akira could not understand what Alpha was saying. He remembered that he had to fight to the death against 5 other slum kids a few days ago just over 300 orum. The current 8 million orum in front of him just could not be compared to mere 300 orum. Thus, the number and strength of the people that would be attracted by this money, and the level of the danger that it brought would be simply on an entirely different level. But even so, Alpha said that it was only spare money and Akira's brain could not fully comprehend that. Alpha then answered back calmly as if to rectify his sense of money. It's just spare money. Do you know about those medicines used by the hunters in the front line? I'm not even sure you can use this money to buy enough portions of that medicine for one battle. You know? That's the worth of this spare money. But still, you just can't compare me with those amazing hunters. You need to dream big. It's for the sake of exploring the ruins that I mentioned to you when we first met. Akira was a bit shocked, but he did not look fully convinced. He flinched a bit when he heard how Alpha wanted him to rethink his standard. He then asked Alpha, "By the way, you haven't told me anything about the ruin that you want me to explore. So what kind of ruin is it?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. "It's a secret for now. After all, it would be a problem if you know how dangerous it is and decide to give up early on. But the least I'll say is that it's not a place that you can reach with your current equipment." I don't really understand it, but that information in itself was enough to discourage me. Don't worry. Once you get better equipment, it'll change your perception of danger too. It'll change your opinion from impossible to possible. That's why we'll use that 8 million orum to buy new equipment. Just think that your goal for now is to upgrade your equipment. By getting better equipment, you'll be able to explore more dangerous ruins, which will allow you to earn more money. Then we'll use that money to get better and better equipment. So we'll go with that cycle to improve ourselves. Akira tried to imagine what was lying beyond that endless cycle, but he could not come up with anything. So, until the day when you become stronger, have equipment suitable for your strength, and have a different sense of money compared to now, you should give your best effort. Worry not. I'll also do my best to help you. Well, of course, I'll do my best. To Alpha, who was smiling confidently, Akira could only reply back with a smile. And it's as Katsuragi said, top-class hunters usually don't buy equipment using cash. It's because the amount of money that they use in a transaction is enormous. It's not like they can walk around carrying a large amount of money. Thus, it's common for them to open a bank account and pay using a card. It might be a good idea for you to open one soon. Akira then looked back at the bundles of money on the floor. He could only smile bitterly as he realized that his sense of money had really undergone some subtle changes compared to just a few seconds ago. Yep, I knew it, you're messing with my sense of money. Ha, I guess I can no longer live in the slum city. That's a good development. Do your best. Akira smiled bitterly to Alpha, who was smiling for a different reason. He then shook it off and said, "So now we're going to buy equipment with this money, right? We're going to buy equipment that will increase the effectiveness of my support. I guess you should be able to at least buy the lowest level equipment with 8 million orum." Akira was very surprised as he asked Alpha, 8 million orum only enough to buy the lowest level, huh? What in the world are we going to buy with this money? Augmented suit. Augmented suit? It's that thing that allows me to carry heavy stuff, right? Yeah, but it's a different story for you. Since you have my support, it'll allow you to do a lot more things other than just carrying heavy stuff. So you can look forward to it. Alpha smiled confidently as she said that. Akira went to Shizuka's shop the next day. When he entered the shop, he saw Shizuka behind the counter resting her chin on her hand looking bored. But the moment she noticed Akira, she immediately stood properly and smiled at him. "Welcome. Are you here to buy ammo again?" "Nope. I'm actually here to buy equipment, you see." Shizuka smiled as if to tease Akira. "Oh my, it has been quite a while since you bought that rifle, so you're finally willing to buy new equipment, huh? I'm happy to hear that, you know. After all, it'll be hard for my shop if I only rely on the ammo trade. I am sorry. Akira apologized while being flustered. Looking at that, Shizuka giggled and apologized. I was only joking. I'm sorry. So then what do you want to ask me? Actually, you see. Akira then let out a sigh and explained the real reason why he was there, to buy an augmented suit. After hearing his explanation, Shizuka whistled. Augmented suit, huh? Well, it's not like I'm not selling those here, but to be honest, my shop focuses more on guns and ammo. I didn't put any augmented suits on display, so it's not like you can browse for the real thing here. And even if you place your order, it'll take some time before you can get it since I order it from outside. Although I still can do a basic setting for augmented suits, I think it's better if you buy one from a specialized shop, you know? Is that so? But I don't know any specialized shop for augmented suits though. And even if I know one, I'm not even sure they'll let me in. Not to mention that I know next to nothing about augmented suits, so I'm afraid the shopkeeper would swindle me to buying something bad. Sarah-san also said to consult with you if I have any questions about equipment, so I'll be really thankful if you can help me here. Shizuka smiled happily. I can't refuse if you put it that way. Okay then, if you're okay with my intuition, I'll give you a hand. So then, how much money are you planning to spend on this augmented suit? Akira was so happy that Shizuka decided to help him. So he answered back casually while smiling. It's 8 million orum and it's in cash. Shizuka was a bit surprised when she heard Akira's answer. She then looked at Akira as if she was interrogating him. This much money, where did you get that from? Is it from selling relics? You can't get 8 million orum unless you gathered a lot of relics or obtained some high-quality ones, right? Either way, you would have had to go to dangerous areas to get those relics. Although you just got almost killed not too long ago, did you really go somewhere that dangerous already? Shizuka was able to immediately pinpoint where to get such relics using her intuition and her ability to analyze. So Akira panicked as he answered back. Well, I was actually stocking up relics for a while and sold all of them in one go. Because it's common for a small kid like me to get targeted if I go walking around with a lot of money, I was only selling a portion of my relics and hid the rest. Now I just sold all of those relics that I piled up. I'm trying my best not to put myself in danger. And it's as you said, I almost got killed not too long ago. That's why I'm thinking of buying better equipment. The reason I decided on buying an augmented suit is so that I can run faster when I get into a dangerous situation. That's why I'm thinking of spending more money than usual to avoid being in the same situation like back then. Shizuka's gaze was intense, but she did that because she was worried about Akira. When Akira noticed it, he started spouting excuses in a panic that he did not know what he was even saying. He was making excuses as if he was a kid who was desperately trying to come up with any excuses that he could to avoid getting scolded. Akira was not used to having someone worried about him, even more so when it was unconditional. Although he did not realize it, Akira was actually feeling happy. So he was actually in a panic because of the embarrassment and the guilt that he was feeling when he realized Shizuka was worrying for him. But if it was Cheryl who said that to him, he would have replied back with "shut up" or "stop asking that." There was a crucial difference between them that Akira himself did not realize. Although Akira answered back in such a fashion to dodge her question, there was no deceit in his answer. In order not to do anything too dangerous, it was necessary for him to do something with a little bit of risk. There were no lies in those words too. It was not like he did that because he wanted to, he had to do that if he wanted to survive. After all, for surviving in the slum city as a hunter he had to take some risk. That was what Shizuka's intuition was telling her as she stared at Akira. She then warned Akira with a tone as if she was seriously giving a warning to a small kid. Just don't do anything too dangerous unnecessarily. Okay? Okay. Seeing Akira sincerely nodding, she replied with a smile and a nod too. She then returned back to her shopkeeper routine. Alright then. Shall we hear what kind of augmented suit you want? And since telling me is free, you can say whatever your preferences are. As Shizuka was listening to what kind of augmented suit Akira wanted, she looked a bit surprised. After all, there was one thing that she did not expect to come from someone who was buying an augmented suit for the first time. Akira wanted to get an augmented suit that could operate for a long time. It might still have a limit on how long it could be used, but rather than a suit that would give him enough strength to send vehicles flying with his fist, Akira preferred a suit that he could use to increase his overall strength. He was not looking for a thick, strong augmented suit that would give him protection equal to a tank or a mechanized soldier. Putting on such an augmented suit would take about an hour and help from someone else too. Rather than that, Akira wanted a suit that he could put on and take off easily, something that would not need too much work to put on. Up to this point, Shizuka had no questions at all. The thing that Shizuka found strange was because Akira wanted an augmented suit that had multiple control devices in it. So then Shizuka asked Akira for more details. Well, it's true that there are many types of augmented suits. There are mechanized augmented suits with no control device or with a control device. There are also augmented suits that affect the whole body, and of course there are also those that only affect limited parts of the body. I also heard that most of the augmented suits have its control device embedded into an information terminal or similar devices, but a whole body control device, huh? Akira, where did you hear that from? Akira looked troubled when Shizuka asked him that. He actually heard about that from Alpha, but there was no way he could say that to Shizuka. Well, it's not like I know anything about the details. I only heard that it's a good type of augmented suit. I'm sorry, did I do something against the norms of picking my first augmented suit, or did I say anything strange? As Shizuka observed Akira's behavior, she inferred that it was not like Akira actually knew any details. He just came up with that after hearing it from someone. I guess he consulted with another hunter about getting an augmented suit, and that hunter must have boasted about the type of the augmented suit that he was using. Shizuka's intuition was almost spot on. She was satisfied with that guess and decided not to pry any further. It's okay. It's just that you asked something that only a specialist would know. Although it might be just by pure chance, that actually surprised me a bit. Don't worry, I got the gist of what you want. I can now go ahead and choose an augmented suit based on your request for you, but are you really okay with that? Yes, please. Now about the payment, since I'll be buying from another shop and being a merchant myself, it would be problematic if I don't pay up front for the product's full price. So I'll call you after I decide on an augmented suit. You can make sure whether it fits your preference or not before putting in an order for real, then you can pay for it afterwards. Well, if we do this, it'll end up taking more time before you finally get one, so are you okay with the arrangement? Akira thought for a bit before asking Shizuka, if I pay you now, would it be faster? Well, of course. A negotiation with the other merchant would definitely go smoothly if I can pay for the product right on the spot. There are also cases where a 10 million orum that you would get next year would be worth less than the 10,000 orum that you need now. Cash is pretty powerful, you know. In a negotiation, the buyers want to make sure that they can get their product cheaply and the sellers want to make sure that they can get their money, so cash is really important, you know. In that case, I'll pay you now. I made a bank account so you can charge money from there. And also, please charge for my medicines and ammo from the same bank account too. Akira then pulled out his hunter ID. He went to the hunter office before visiting Shizuka's shop and had opened his bank account. Although it was still new, he was already able to use his ID as a debit card. He only needed to confirm his identity, and then all the bills from ammo, medicines and any other bills from Shizuka's shop would be automatically paid through his account. Shizuka looked a bit unsure as she asked, are you really okay with this? Once the money is transferred, it's not like I can return it even if you ask me to, you know? Moreover, I might even pick a subpar product, you know? It's okay. Shizuka looked a bit troubled, but she then warned Akira with a serious face. Although I'm happy that you really trust me, it's better if you think carefully first before deciding something like this. There were a lot of merchants who wanted to swindle as much money as possible from a hunter. But those merchants were nothing compared to those who thought that these hunters would die soon anyway, and scammed hunters to squeeze all the money they could. If Akira did this in another shop, it would definitely be very dangerous, and Shizuka was worried about it. Akira also looked troubled for a while before answering back with a straight face. I think the result won't change even if I try to think hard about it. If I could not even trust the merchant recommended by the person who saved my life, then I would never be able to buy anything from any other merchant anymore. So it's alright. Even if something bad happens, I'm sure it's because of my bad luck. After all, I'm someone who got attacked by 2 groups of monsters consecutively in a day. So my luck is already bad enough. And that's something that I can't change no matter how hard I think. In the end, Akira just smiled bitterly. Shizuka could only listen to him without saying anything. Akira was trying his best to find a few shops that he could trust. He then picked Shizuka's shop and decided to buy equipment that would help him survive in the ruins. Shizuka was so happy when she realized that and smiled back to Akira to give him a peace of mind. She was smiling as the shop manager who had confidence in her own merchandise. Well, if you put so much trust in me, then I can't step back now. Alright then, just leave it to me. She then took the hunter ID from Akira's hand, held it above the terminal on the counter as she operated the terminal. With this, the transaction should be taken care of. And just like Alpha said, 8 million orm was gone from Akira's account in just 1 second. So Akira has become a hunter with a bank account now, huh? Just be careful if you're not. Then you might end up debt-ridden, you know? Shizuka gave him that warning as she returned Akira's hunter ID. After all, in reality, there were a lot of hunters who ended up being debt-ridden from buying too much ammo or having to pay a penalty for the damage that they had done after failing a request. When Hunter's account went below zero, the Hunter office would lend them money, of course with interest attached. The hunter who could not repay their debt would be apprehended by the Hunter office and sent to explore dangerous ruins. There were also hunters who could not escape from that loop and ended up spending their life working as forced labor to pay back their infinitely piling debt. Akira then replied back firmly to Shizuka's warning. I understand. That's a good reply. So then I'll take some measurements for the augmented suit. Come over here. Shizuka brought Akira behind the counter and to the back room. The back room of the shop was filled with ammo, guns and other goods. I'll need to take precise measurements, so take off all your clothes except for your underwear. Akira obediently took off his clothes just like he was told to. Shizuka then used a handheld body size scanner to measure Akira's body size. Try not to move since it'll cause inaccuracy in measurements. Okay? Is it important to be that precise? Well, the human body changes daily, so it's not really that important. But still, I think it's better to take a measurement that is as accurate as possible. If you go to a specialized shop, they'll even take a more precise measurement, you know? You'll have to put on a body measurement suit and get into a huge measurement device to measure everything to the minutest detail. Not just your body and skeleton measurement, it'll also measure the position of the organs and muscles, neural network, the number of nanomachines inside the body and all the other information too. The augmented suit maker can maximize the effectiveness of the augmented suit by using that information. These custom-made augmented suits are better than the ready-made augmented suits. And of course, their price is also worlds apart. Shizuka kept measuring Akira's body as she was saying that, but she flinched as she saw Akira's body condition. Akira's body was full of wounds. Among all the small and big old wounds, the wound that he got from fighting the monster groups not too long ago was sticking out the most. Since he directly administered the medicine into the fatal wound, the life-preserving and healing nanomachine forcefully closed that big wound in a short time. Thus it left a big scar that looked like a rift. If you think about it, it was not the right way of treating a wound after all. That scar was caused by his bad luck, but he was lucky to be able to survive from such a wound. Had his luck been worse even by a bit, he would have died because of that wound. As long as he was working as a hunter, he would keep getting such wounds in the future. Shizuka was not aware that she had stopped operating the measuring device after catching a glimpse of that wound. Akira thought that it was strange, so he called her. Shizuka-san. Ah, it's nothing. Shizuka immediately regained her composure and smiled at Akira before continuing with the measurement. All right. It's done. You can put on your clothes now. It would take at least 1 week and up to 1 month before you can pick up your augmented suit. I'll contact you when the suit arrives. Please come as soon as possible to pick it up, okay? Okay. Thank you very much for all the help. Don't mention it. After all, if you get your augmented suit, then it means that I can recommend you more expensive and heavier equipment. So I'm looking forward to you to frequent my shop more often. Akira returned to the counter together with Shizuka and said a proper goodbye to her before leaving the shop. Shizuka waved at Akira as she sent him off. Once Akira exited the shop, she smiled excitedly. Now then, since he put that much faith in me, I guess I'll have to give my everything for this job. Shizuka immediately headed out to do her job in a good mood. When Akira arrived in his room, He asked Alpha what he should do next. Aren't we going for shooting training today? Let's spend our time inside the room until you get your augmented suit. After all, I feel like you can do much studying or information collection within these few days. So this is a good time for doing that. If we go to a cheaper room, I guess we have enough money to spend for a month. Akira looked like he did not want to do that. Are we going to take a cheaper room? In that case, we can at least go to the ruins one more time. Of course, if he rented a cheaper room, then he would get fewer amenities. It was out of the question to rent a room without a bath. That was why Akira suggested going hunting for relics one more time, but Alpha casually rejected that idea. Rejected? I did tell you that I underestimated your luck, remember? So you're not going to step out of the room until you get your augmented suit, you get that? Even you want to be able to read and write as soon as possible, right? Well, that's true, but... Although Akira had been studying under Alpha's effective guidance and had already understood numbers and letters better than before, he still needed Alpha's help on a daily basis. Let's immediately start now. If you get a good result, I'll give you a reward by taking off a piece of my clothes. That will make you work hard, right? After all, you're a healthy young boy. Stop fooling around and let's start. Akira had a bad feeling about it as he tried to change the subject, but Alpha just would not let it go. In that case, let's do it backwards. I'll put on a piece of cloth if you get a good result. So I'll start naked. If you don't want me to remain naked, you should do your best in studying. Right after she said that, Alpha's clothes vanished and she was stark naked. Alpha showed off her glossy, wonderful skin in front of Akira without hiding anything. Her appearance could only be described as flawless. Since that appearance was produced by a very complex calculation, it could be changed at will. Alpha's body was simply so beautiful that it did not feel real at all, and she had adjusted her body to suit Akira's preference. In the present condition where she was not out in the wasteland, her body was way more charming than usual. Stop doing such a stupid thing and put on your clothes already. Looking at Akira, who was so flustered, Alpha smiled as if she was having the time of her life while still being naked. Yep, it seems that it's working. Let's start then. After that, Akira really started studying under that condition, and as she promised, Alpha did put on a piece of cloth every time Akira got a good score. But she always chose to put on seducing dresses with bold and exposing design. It was so captivating and charming that it disturbed Akira's concentration. In the end, it took a week before Akira could make Alpha put on a proper dress. Rebuild World Chapter 23. A boy who is like a landmine. Akira spent his days studying inside his room. It had been 2 weeks since he placed the order for the augmented suit. As Alpha declared in the beginning, he moved to a room without a bath. He tried his best to hold back his desire to take a bath by showering. Also, he did not even step a foot outside the city. He basically spent his days focusing only on studying. But even so, Akira was actually in a good mood. It was because he was looking forward to getting his first 8 million Orum augmented suit. His mood got even better when Shizuka contacted him to inform about the expected time of arrival of his order. Ever since her call, he could not contain his excitement. Alpha's methods were also really useful in teaching Akira. First of all, she started by expanding Akira's views, so that he would notice things that he did not notice before. In order to build up an effective learning environment, she used a flying electronic blackboard and a white notebook which was filled with images and letters for teaching. Akira had bought these learning materials some time back. Her teaching methods were nothing short of perfect. Not to mention that her method of teaching for every subject was very polished. Her explanation was very easy to understand and highly effective. She was teaching Akira one-on-one so she could focus all her attention on him. That small and cheap room turned into an optimal learning environment that normally could not be created without a lot of money. Thanks to that, Akira's growth was amazing. Then one day, Alpha, who was pointing at the writings on the electronic blackboard, suddenly pointed to Akira's information terminal. "Akira, there's a call from Cheryl." Akira extended his hand to reach for his information terminal. But after he picked up his information terminal, he could not see any call notification from Cheryl. But then suddenly the display showed that there was an incoming call as the call's ringtone rang. Akira looked a bit puzzled. "How did you know that before it actually came?" Alpha smiled meaningfully. As I explained before, I'm actually connected to that network, so I'm just leveraging it. Akira was wondering if she was actually saying the truth as he picked up the call. As he answered the call, he could hear Cheryl's panicked and nervous voice. This is Cheryl. I'm sorry that I'm calling when you're busy, but may I ask you to come to the base? Actually, people from the other gang said that they really want to meet and talk to you. Of course, I did not agree, but they started saying that they would personally come to the inn where you're staying, you see. Akira immediately got suspicious of something. They want to meet and talk to me? But you're the boss of the gang, right? They said that they have nothing to talk with me. It seems those people outside the gang are thinking that you're the boss of the gang and I'm just your proxy. That's why they would not negotiate with me. Akira took his time thinking. Because he spent days inside his room without stepping out, not even once, the part of him that was unconsciously seeking for a break, made his decision. All right then, I'll be heading there now. Ask them what they actually want to discuss with me. I understand. Thank you very much. After Cheryl replied back nervously, Akira ended the call from Cheryl. Alpha looked at Akira as if she did not approve it. I did tell you that you're not stepping outside the room until you get your augmented suit. Right? Please don't say that. At least let me step outside once in a while. It's not like I'm going to the wasteland after all. So it's okay, right? I also did tell Cheryl that I'm coming there. Alpha smiled as if she was giving permission to a small kid. Geez, it can't be helped then. Be sure to prepare everything before going out, okay? Okay. Akira prepared his equipment just like he used to when he was about to go to the wasteland before setting off to Cheryl's base. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After Cheryl ended up her call with Akira, she let out a sigh while still staring at her information terminal. Although it seems that he thinks it's a pain in the ass, he did say that he'll come. Thank goodness. She then turned to the people in question and looked at them with a stern look. It was a man named Wataba and his companions who sought to see Akira. It seems that Akira would come here. And he told me to ask what you want to discuss with him. So I'm asking you this again, what business do you have with him? Wataba answered back in a tone as if he was mocking Cheryl. I'll talk when that Akira boy is here. Are you not listening? I was told to ask you what you want to discuss with him. You know? Cheryl glared at Wataba. But Wataba did not even flinch. Instead, Wataba replied back as if to intimidate her. You're so noisy. I'm telling you that I'll only talk when that boy is here. So just shut up. Wataba glared back at Cheryl and her friends. He was actually a part of Sibia's gang, so he knew pretty well about Cheryl. And since he knew her position back in Sibia's gang, he was looking down at Cheryl. Wataba had other business to do the day when Sibia brought some people to attack Akira. That was why he could keep his life till now. For a few days after Akira killed Sibia, he was still wary of Akira. But as time passed by, he started to think that Sibia was killed just because he was unlucky that day. Wataba thought that Cheryl was merely a girl who could do nothing but entice men and Akira was just a boy who got manipulated by Cheryl and ended up supporting her gang. Both of them were nothing big. His behavior here was motivated by these thoughts. Cheryl was on her limit, glaring at Wataba and his companions. She could not pressure them to tell her what they wanted to talk about. Although she had a gun with her, it was the same for Wataba too. She had no will to pull the trigger for a fight. It could also be felt by both Cheryl and Wataba that mockery and superiority feeling was spreading among Wataba's group while nervousness and the feeling of being cornered were spreading among Cheryl's group. And it only got worse the more they waited. Wataba even stopped being wary of Akira. Akira was a hunter, so Wataba had to at least be more careful when dealing with Akira. But that sense of wariness had already been gone from him. Then right at that time Akira appeared. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Akira. Akira was able to feel the mood inside the room, and immediately understood that it would definitely turn into a problem. Everyone's attention still focused on Akira as he walked and sat down beside Cheryl. He then looked obviously annoyed as he asked Cheryl, "So then what is it now?" Well. As Cheryl was stumbling on her words, Wataba laughed and said, "That girl could not get anything from me, you know? She could not accomplish what you ordered her to." Cheryl turned and glared at Wataba. Her gaze was filled with despise. But Wataba ignored her. Akira let out a sigh before asking Wataba instead. So what do you want? Wataba then answered Akira's question firmly. It's simple. Give me this base and its territory. Cheryl and the other kids tensed up when they heard his demand. Cheryl's gang inherited the territory from Sibia's gang. But it was hard for them to take care of that huge territory with their current members. An unclaimed territory in the slum city would only attract problem, and that would be a bad thing both for Cheryl and for the other people in the slum city. Wataba's boss, Shirjima, thought that it would be easy to at least get those surplus territories that Cheryl's gang could not manage from Cheryl by having a small negotiation with Cheryl's gang. He thought that at most they would need to use little intimidation during the negotiation to obtain it. Thus he sent Wataba, someone who already knew Cheryl, to have a discussion with her gang. But then Wataba got ahead of himself after seeing how Cheryl's gang treated them, so he changed the demand without asking for any permission from his boss. Of course, it was not something that Cheryl could accept. Thus Cheryl reflexively shouted back at Wataba, "Are you kidding me? There's no way we can accept that. I'm not asking you, so just shut up." Wataba shouted back to intimidate her. Cheryl winced and shrunk back when she heard him. Wataba looked annoyed as he was staring at Cheryl with a mocking expression. He then turned back to Akira and asked him in a fashion as if he knew what Akira would say. "So what do you say? Of course you're going to give them to me, right?" "No, Cheryl also made it clear just now. So don't ask me." Akira answered back casually and firmly, something that Wataba did not expect. Wataba was dumbfounded from Akira's reply, but it was immediately replaced by irritation. So pushed by that irritation, he asked Akira, "I've heard about you before. This gang is yours, right?" "This gang and this base are Cheryl's. Cheryl is the boss here. It's not me, so don't ask me. Go ahead and ask her instead. If you had asked her, I wouldn't have had to come here like this, you know? Cheryl, don't just call me for every single thing. So that's everything, right? Just go back home now. I'm leaving this place after this too." The way Akira behaved fueled Wataba's irritation to anger. "You, boy, aren't you getting ahead of yourself? I'm part of Shijima-san's gang, which is on a different level compared to this shitty weak gang filled with small kids. We also have a lot of members and a huge territory. So don't think this will end well if you refuse." "Hell if I care." Wataba was shouting in anger when he said that. But Akira seemed like he did not give a damn and replied as if it was someone else's problem. As things did not go as he expected, and seeing how Akira mocked him, Wataba's mood considerably worsened. His face warped matching his mood. But even so, it did not affect Akira at all, which only made him more irritated and angry. But his face immediately turned back to relaxed expression mixed with mockery. Then Wataba smiled invincibly. "Hey kid. Do you really think that we know nothing about you?" Akira finally reacted to that as he looked a bit surprised. "What exactly do you know about me?" Wataba's expression relaxed after Akira finally reacted as he expected. "As I said, my gang has a lot of members. So it's an easy thing for us to find where you're staying, you know?" Akira called Alpha through telepathy. "Alpha." Alpha got what Akira meant from that short signal. "This position is not good. So you need to move." Akira then stood and walked to the location that Alpha pointed to, and he stood leaning against the wall. After that, he replied back to Wataba as if he was mocking him. "You found out the inn where I'm staying, huh? So then what? Are you going to gather people and attack the place next? Are you stupid? Are you seriously thinking that I'm the only hunter staying in that place? You'll make an enemy out of the security people contracted by that inn, you know? Are you even sane? If you want to kill yourself, do that without causing a problem to other people, will you?" Seeing how Akira did not show even a trace of fear after knowing that they found out where he was staying, Wataba became obstinate and shouted back. That's not all. We also investigated the shop that you frequent too. Are you really okay if anything happens to that shop and the owner of that shop?" Akira let out a sigh while intentionally hiding the dark feeling that was welling inside his heart. He carefully reached for the gun behind him, trying not to get noticed as he warned Wataba and his companions. "I'll at least let you know this out of kindness. That weapon merchant called Katsuragi might look like a normal weapon merchant from the outside. But he's strong enough to even sell his goods to the front line. If you underestimate and try to attack him, you'll only end up killing yourself, you know? After hearing that, Wadaba smiled wryly. It was enough for Akira to make his decision on what to do next. Alpha, I'm counting on you. Akira, you might want to rethink Abu Dash. Alpha understood what Akira wanted to do and tried to stop him first. But before she could say anything, Wadaba laughed confidently and said, Not that one. I'm talking about the girl Dash. Suddenly a gunshot echoed through the room. As the anti-monster bullet tore through Wadaba's chest, it sent his body flying straight to the wall behind him. Wadaba's face was frozen in surprise as it fell forward and made a bump sound as he hit the ground. He was killed instantly. The blood and flesh that was sent flying when he was shot dyed the wall red, and the blood flowing out from his dead body formed a pool on the floor. No one expected that Akira would suddenly shoot and kill Wadaba without even a shred of hesitation. The other men that were accompanying Wadaba were so shocked that they were frozen in place. Then the unlucky guy who regained his composure first tried to reach his gun only to get shot on his leg by Akira and rolled over on the floor. His leg that was shot with an anti-monster bullet was blown to small pieces. That man was assaulted with intense pain as he was spouting curses while writhing on the floor. Akira then pointed his gun towards the other men to stop them from doing anything foolish. The small children there finally started screaming. Some of them could only stand frozen there. Some of them ran to the corner of the room, and some of them ran outside the room. The negotiation turned into a fight, and there was only a handful of them who knew how to handle a fight. Alpha then asked Akira with a stern expression, Akira, was there any need to kill him? Akira answered back firmly and swiftly, Yes. Alpha let out a sigh of exasperation and a little bit of irritation before smiling like usual. I see it can't be helped then. It's not over yet, so don't drop your guard. Yeah, I know. Although Alpha did not care how many people Akira killed, she wanted Akira to at least avoid any meaningless killing. Despite the fact that Akira did not like problems, he was actually making a problem for himself here. He thought that it was all because of his bad luck, but the truth was that he kept doing things that attracted bad luck. Akira himself did not realize his contradictory behavior. It was the vague moral standard inside him that pushed Akira into doing such a thing. Wadaba's remark there was the thing that was deemed unacceptable by Akira's moral standard and incited the fight. Alpha thought that it would be hard to predict Akira's behavior, as long as she did not understand that vague moral standard Akira was holding on to. Thus she decided to continue observing Akira for now. Akira kept his gun pointing at the rest of Wadaba's men to keep them in check as he warned them, Throw down your gun. For 3. The men who were still standing there threw down their guns. Only the man who was shot on the leg was still writhing on the ground while applying pressure on his open wound. Akira kept counting down while aiming his gun at the head of the man who was on the ground. 2. 1. Wait. I'll throw down his gun. So please don't shoot. The other men tried to stop Akira in panic. He then took the gun from his friend who could not do that because of his injury and the pain. After that he took his own gun too, dropped them on the ground and kicked them away. Only after that did Akira finally lower his gun. Silence finally returned to the room. Everyone was terrified and looked at Akira, who shot Wadaba without hesitation or warning. But it did not bother Akira at all. Akira then asked the rest of Wadaba's men, So then you guys are also members of that Shijima's gang, right? Wait, don't shoot, please don't shoot, okay? Take me to him. Cheryl, come with me. Cheryl could not comprehend what just happened and was frozen in place. But once her brain finally caught up with what had just happened, and understood what Akira said, she once again was shocked, frozen for a different reason. She finally regained her composure as her face twitched. Cheryl shrieked. Shijima's gang was just like Cheryl's gang. It was one of the many gangs inside the slum city. But unlike Cheryl's small and weak gang, it was a medium-sized gang with a lot of members and a large territory. Akira and Cheryl went to the base of Shijima's gang. The hall inside the base was filled with Shijima's subordinates. Akira and Cheryl were able to pass through that hall because they had Shijima's gang members, who came along with them to guide them through. Shijima knew of Akira's arrival from one of his subordinates who came to him in a panic. He was still thinking whether to meet them in person or not after hearing the report from his subordinate. After all, his report was hard to believe. But considering that Cheryl, who was the boss of the gang that inherited Sibia gang's territory, coming here together with Akira, who was the hunter supporting Cheryl's gang, he finally decided to meet them in person. As Shirjima entered the room where Akira and Cheryl were waiting for him, Shirjima came to understand the truth of the report from his subordinate. Akira was standing there with a calm look while Cheryl looking scared beside him. Beside them was his subordinate who was trying to keep the pressure on his shot wound as his friends supported him. And finally, there was Wataba's dead body that was dragged all the way here as its traces were left on the floor. Akira dragged that corpse himself all the way here to meet Shirjima. Everything that Shirjima saw inside that room confirmed the report that he had heard from his men. The guy who lost his leg was kept there to give Shirjima his report. But then Shirjima said, "That guy may go. Help him treat his wound. Hurry." Shijima's men who were supporting that injured man helped him to exit the room. Shirjima saw them off before he turned back to Akira and calmly asked him, "Are you the one who did that?" "Ah, right, I'm Shirjima, the leader of this gang." Akira answered back in a calm tone, "Yes, I did that. I'm Akira and this is Cheryl. Although she did not do anything about killing this guy, she's accompanying me here since she's still involved in this case. So I think it's better if she understands the situation too." "I see. So then why are you here?" "To confirm a few things about the negotiation." "I see. Well, have a seat." There was a table in the middle of that room. Sofas were placed around that table. Akira respected Shijima's words and took a seat. Shirjima also took a seat after him. Thus Cheryl was left standing alone there. But Akira then casually called her. "Cheryl, are you not going to sit?" Akira had real guts that no one would expect from a small kid who was in the middle of the enemy's territory. Shirjima then followed him. "Won't you take a seat?" He was acting normally although they killed one of his men. Cheryl awkwardly took a seat beside Akira. Her reaction was to be expected since she was inside the base of a gang that was superior to hers, and she came with the person who killed one of his gang's members. Shirjima looked at Akira. To him, Akira looked like a normal boy without anything extraordinary about him. But in this very room there was a corpse of the man that the normal boy just killed, the boss of the gang that man belonged to, and the other members of that gang who were equipped with guns and looking at him with an unfriendly look. And the normal boy was here in the same room with all these people. But he was acting without any care as if all these things did not bother him at all. Thus it was obvious that he was anything but a normal boy. Moreover, looking at how Cheryl nervously sat beside him, it only served to make him look even more out of the norm. Cheryl was trying her hardest to put on a front, but she could not do that as she was trembling and sweating profusely. She tried to look away from Shirjima, only to end up looking at Wataba. Thus she tried to look away again in panic. She just could not calm down. As Shirjima saw how Cheryl was behaving, he put down his guard on Cheryl but became more wary of Akira. Confirming a few things about the negotiation, huh? I don't know what exactly happened, but well, you can go ahead. As he said that, Shirjima pulled out his information terminal and operated it. He was trying to show that he had no intention of seriously hearing what they had to say. Cheryl knew well the strength difference between her and Shirjima, thus she did not think that Shirjima was rude for doing that. Or more like, she was thankful that the rest of the gang did not kill them even after they saw the corpse of one of their comrades. Akira then casually warned Shirjima. "It'll only end up with both of us dead, so you better stop." Shirjima, who was operating his terminal, immediately stopped his hand right before he sent a notification to gather everyone in his gang who could fight. Originally, Shirjima thought that Akira had come here to apologize after killing one of his men, when their negotiation turned into a fight. But once he met them for real, putting Cheryl aside, Shirjima understood that Akira did not show even a trace of sign that he was here to apologize. Shirjima understood what Akira was trying to say. If he sent that notification to his gang members, then both sides would be killed before they could gather up. Akira would slaughter everyone in the room. It can be inferred from his words that he had the ability to kill all the people here. And Akira was not just signaling that to Shirjima. He actually said it. Shirjima understood that Akira warned him to stop if he did not want that to happen. Shurjima started thinking while trying not to make any changes to his expression. Even if it was only a bluff or simply intimidation from Akira, there was no doubt that people would get killed if it turned into a fight. Moreover, it was almost a certainty that he would be one of the people that would get killed, and he did not want that to happen. Shurjima thought that if he could call for more reinforcement in secret, he would be able to kill Akira without getting himself killed. But Akira noticed it and stopped him from doing that. Although to be more precise, Alpha noticed that and informed Akira about it, but there was no way Shurjima would know that. But even so, Shojima's behavior did not change much. It reminded him again how mysterious this Akira was, as he became more vigilant of him. It seems that this boy was able to kill Shibuya not because of Shibuya's bad luck alone, huh? After all, this boy looks like just a normal weak boy. I bet Shibuya was fooled by his appearance, became careless, and then got killed instead. This boy is just like a landmine. Shurjima slowly and carefully put his information terminal on the table. He then stayed calm as he said with the dignity pertaining to the leader of a gang. "You're pretty confident in yourself, huh?" Akira answered back with a firm and strong voice. "Here's better compared to the wasteland or the ruins. After all, those monsters won't run when their friends get killed." "I see, only hunters would come up with this answer." Cheryl could not understand what was going on. She could only silently listen to their conversation. But she could feel the strange mood welling around her, so she tried to recall what Shurjima and Akira had said. It did not take much time for Cheryl to understand what just happened. They almost started shooting at each other just a few seconds ago. As she realized that Shurjima decided to just back off from that situation, her face immediately turned pale. Akira then continued, "What I want to confirm is something simple. No matter what my reason was, I killed one of your men and injured another one." "That's true. So then what will you do from now on? Are you going to wrap this up like some stupid guy in your gang did a foolish thing and got himself killed? Or are we going for a full-scale war until one of us is completely destroyed? In case if we're going with that, how many people should die until you're willing to end the war? I'm here to confirm that. I'll give you an example. In Shibuya's case, fortunately, it only took 6 men for the rest of his gang to stop hunting for me. Right, Cheryl?" Cheryl was taken aback when Akira suddenly asked her in the middle of their cruel conversation. But Cheryl immediately answered back in panic. All right. No one in my gang would think of killing Akira. I can guarantee that." But then Shurjima looked disgusted as he said, "Just because that shit is dead, no one would ever think of taking revenge on you. Or more like, there are a lot of us who are happy to know that he is dead, including me." Shurjima then returned to his usual calm demeanor. "Well, let's not be hasty here. Of course, there are cases where putting out the conclusion from the start would make further conversation smoother, but there are also cases where properly listening to the backstory can change your view on the problem. If we're going to talk about this in caution, it's important to know what happened. So let's hear it. Why did you kill him?" "It's because he threatened me." "Is that all?" "If I have to give you more reason, it was because he threatened me and made me want to kill him. We're not close enough to let his intimidation to pass as a joke, so he should have been more careful with his words. And even if he did try to explain that in all sincerity, there was no guarantee that it would be conveyed correctly. The listener has the right on how to interpret what he or she hears. I'm a cowardly person, you see. If someone said that he or she will kill me, I won't be able to sleep at night unless I kill that person first. After all the people who said that to me really did try to do that, thus I always killed them before they could kill me." Akira locked his gaze on Shurjima. Shurjima took his words as, "I'm being careful with my words here, so don't you dare threaten me," and he did not think that Akira was bluffing when he said that. To be more precise, it was because he demanded Cheryl to give up her base and her territory. By any chance was he sent to declare war on US and get killed? Yeah. That shit, did he really say that? Shurjima turned to Cheryl asking for a confirmation, to which Cheryl was flustered but firmly nodded. Why yes, he did say that. Although it looked like she said that as if to only match up with Akira's story, it did not seem like she was lying. That was what Shurjima thought as he let out a sigh and rested his head on his hand. It was to be expected that Wataba's words might be interpreted as a declaration of war to her gang. Shurjima understood that well. Considering the fact that it did not seem like Akira had any misgivings in fighting and killing, Shurjima started to think of a way to talk it out peacefully. Well, it seems that we're also at fault here. To be honest, I only wanted to talk about the territory, you see. A territory that is not managed properly will only attract danger. You do know that too, right? I just wanted to avoid such a thing. Considering what happened to that Wadaba due to his foolishness, I want to talk this out peacefully, you see. Shurjima then looked at Akira, waiting for his reply. Me too. I want to avoid any needless killing. Akira then looked at Cheryl after saying that. Shurjima followed that gaze and looked at Cheryl too. Cheryl, who was only an outsider in their conversation up until that point, panicked since she just became a part of their conversation. Thus she could only answer back while being flustered. Ah. Emmy? Oh, of course, I wish we can solve this problem peacefully too. Shurjima looked back at Akira and said, now then, since all three of us agreed to solve this problem peacefully, let's talk about what to do next. No matter what the reason was, you killed one of my men and injured another, so I hope you also put this into consideration. But it's not like I can shoot some of your people too, since it'll only cause another problem. So how about we solve this with money? Shurjima took some time thinking for a bit before saying, let's see. How about 1 million orum? We'll forget about this incident and even befriend your gang so something like this won't happen again in the future. I don't think this is a bad deal since we have to take care of a few things because you killed one of my men. So what do you think? Akira casually looked at Cheryl and asked her. Cheryl. He said 1 million orum. Cheryl went silent and looked confused for a while since she could not comprehend what Akira was saying. But after she realized what Akira meant, her face immediately went pale. There was no way she could pay 1 million orum all by herself. But if she refused, she feared that it would end the chance to solve the problem peacefully, and it might even turn into a fight. Cheryl was crushed under the pressure, thus she could only answer back in a voice that sounded as if she was screaming. No way I can pay that. But it's not like I don't want to pay it, it's just that we don't have that much money. We don't even have a working plan to get that much money. Akira's expression turned stern. I don't have the leeway to pay that money too. You know? I'm not lying. Buying new equipment and ammo takes a lot of money. I'll get killed if I cut down the money I spend on those things. So I have no surplus money. Shurjima then said in a menacing tone. We're also risking our lives here. Just try to think about it. The news would spread that we sent some of my men to a gang filled with small kids and they intimidated them just to get killed, but we let that slide without any repercussions. After hearing this, other gangs would look down on us and attack us. This place will turn into a battlefield. So even if we are to resolve this with money, it's not like we can let this slide with a small amount of money. We're already compromising here the moment we said that we'll accept solving this problem with money, although you killed one of our men, you know? After that, no one said anything for a while. Every single person involved in the negotiation had their own reason and could not back down. The tense silence continued for some time. Akira broke the silence first as he let out a sigh and made a suggestion. I'll pay 500,000 orum up front and pay the remaining 500,000 orum later. How about that? I can only pay 500,000 in cash right now. When can I get the rest of my money? There's no guarantee when I can get more money since I'm a hunter. I'll only pay the rest if I get some surplus money. Shurjima went silent as if he was thinking for a while. Half of that was only an act, but half of it was him thinking about what would happen if he refused it. He then came to a conclusion. All right then. Akira reached out to his rucksack and put out 500,000 orum on the table. It was the money that he withdrew from his bank account in case he needed emergency money. Shurjima nodded to one of his men. He took that 500,000 orum and exited the room. Until the rest of the payment is done, I'll put this problem on hold. Till then, I'll assume that we've solved it peacefully. So then you can go back home now. I have to explain a lot of things to my men, so I'm busy here. Akira stood up and left the room without saying anything as Cheryl awkwardly followed behind him. Shurjima just silently watched them as they exited the room. He stayed inside that room while waiting for one of his men to report back to him. It did not take long before one of his men entered and reported to him. They've left the base. I see. God damn it. Shurjima screamed furiously. What the heck is wrong with that boy? He came here expecting a fight, didn't he? Is that boy really okay in the head? And here I was thinking it was good that damn Sibia is dead. But I never thought someone crazier would take his place like this. But that boy came up because that stupid Sibia attacked him, right? Doesn't that mean it's all his fault from the start? Some of Shojima's men who were relatively close to him then asked him as he was trying to calm his breath. Boss, are we really going to befriend that gang of kids? Yeah, but only on the surface. As long as that boy is still alive, just act as if we're getting along with that gang. I want him to pay the rest of the money after all. And about that Cheryl, there's no need to be overly hostile to her, as long as she's the one dealing with that dangerous boy. And what if Akira gets killed? If that boy is dead, we don't need to do anything. Cheryl's gang will crumble on its own. We can take their territory, men and money after that happens. We also need to negotiate with the other gangs about how to divide the territory though. Even this time too, if that Cheryl did not create her gang, Sibia's territory would have been peacefully divided among the other gangs. It was because that girl aimed for Akira and created her gang that this trouble happened. But that Cheryl was originally from Sibia's gang too, right? As I thought, it's all his fault. Damn it. As Shurjima tried to calm down, his sight wandered onto Wataba's dead body. So he burst out again. Now that I think about it, this guy was originally one of Sibia's men. I only accepted him since he came here bringing some expensive things. But now he brought me something more troublesome than that. That damn Sibia is still causing me trouble even after he died. Damn it. What a pain in the ass. Somebody just throw this garbage out of here. Wataba's dead body was dragged out of the room and the room was cleaned up. People risked their lives in the wasteland. People living in the slum also risked their lives. Anyone who blundered and did something stupid would die first, be it wasteland or the slum. Then they would end up joining the pile of corpses that were thrown away without a single care. Rebuild World Chapter 24, Revitalized Heart. After he had a talk with Shurjima, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. But their pace was very slow, even slower than when Akira was dragging Wataba's corpse. The reason being Cheryl walking very slowly behind Akira, slow enough that she would get left behind if Akira was walking at his normal pace. Every time she got left behind, Akira would call her and she would hurry up to his side. But it did not take long before she got left behind again. And every time that happened, she would run slower and slower to Akira's side when he called her name. She eventually walked instead of running, then finally came to a halt. She just would not step forward. Even for someone as ignorant as Akira, he knew that Cheryl was acting strange. So he walked to her to check on her. But when he reached her side, he was more confused than before. Cheryl was looking down and crying without making any sound. While looking confused, Cheryl finally realized Akira was standing right beside her. She then slowly raised her head. Normally, Cheryl would say something as to not worsen Akira's mood. But she did not say anything this time. Raising her head was the only thing that she could do now. Their eyes met each other's. Akira was confused seeing Cheryl cry silently. After a brief moment of silence, Akira, who did not know what to do in this situation which was obviously outside his scope of communication ability, finally squeezed out some words. What's wrong? When he asked that, Cheryl could not hold back and started crying loudly. Akira remembered that the same thing happened back when he met Cheryl for the first time. He then turned to Alpha, seeking for help. It's not my fault this time, right? Alpha smiled teasingly. Well, I wonder now. But at least just like before, it'll attract people around and might cause a problem. Akira's face twitched as this was the last thing he wanted. Akira thought that it would cause needless worries if he dragged the crying Cheryl back to her base, but it was not like he could just leave her alone too. Thus, just like the last time, he decided to take Cheryl to his room. Akira had moved to an inn with a smaller room. In order to avoid attracting others' attention, Akira somehow brought Cheryl to this room. But he still did not know what to do in this situation where a girl was sobbing in front of him. Last time he let her take a dip in the bathtub and she calmed down after that. But this time he was living in a cheap room with no bathtub, so he did not have that option. He knew that the cheap shower would not be able to substitute a bathtub. Akira fired up all his cylinders to think of a way to get out of this situation. He then finally came up with something. He slowly approached Cheryl and hugged her awkwardly. He remembered that last time when he was hugged by Shizuka. Even though he panicked in the beginning, he calmed down eventually. So he tried to do the same to Cheryl. He decided to just stop and take a step back if Cheryl hated it. Cheryl did not fight back, nor did she say anything as he hugged her. After a while, she slowly hugged Akira back as her cries became louder. Akira was so surprised as he frantically tried to move away, but Cheryl was clinging to him strongly. He could not break free. He finally gave up and let out a sigh. He just let Cheryl hug him. He too hugged her back lightly. It took some time before Cheryl stopped sobbing. After that, she went to sleep as if she emptied her battery, crying. What the heck was that? Akira mumbled and looked tired as he did not understand what just happened. Cheryl had reached her limit. The gang that she was in was destroyed and she could not join other gangs. After losing everything that protected and supported her life, she had no other choice but to temporarily live in the back alley of the slum city. It was emotionally taxing for her. It was because of her emotional state that she could not think clearly. As such, despite the fact that Akira was someone that she attacked, she thought that there might be a sliver of hope that Akira did not remember her. Thus, she tried to talk to him, hoping that it would be able to help her get out of her current situation. But that sliver of hope was crushed. Before she could even say anything, Akira noticed her and threatened her. She was trembling and could not say anything from the fear of getting killed. It further crushed her already tired heart and her spirit was broken to pieces. After that, something unexpected happened to her. Akira agreed to support her, but in exchange she had to start a new gang in place of Sibia's gang and she had to be the boss of that gang. But that did not mean that she finally got into a safe situation. Some people came to her base to threaten her, but she was somehow able to drive them off with a bluff. But that experience of passing those dangerous bridges, again and again, wrung her heart even more. Not to mention that operating her own gang was not that easy. It was filled with problems and Akira would not visit the gang regularly. And when he did visit the gang, someone from her gang attacked him. The merchant that Akira introduced to her intimidated her. And Akira threatened to kill her if she did anything stupid. Akira might be helping her, but it was not like he was her ally. Cheryl was made to understand that multiple times. And finally, the latest incident. The negotiation where both sides were more than ready to have a shootout was enough to completely push Cheryl's tired psyche to its limit. It was more than what she was able to handle. Finally, she was left with no other choice but to think about what to do next. Right after she went through all of that, thus her steps back to her base were very slow and heavy. She then realized that she had to face these kinds of situations repeatedly in the future. The moment she realized this, it gave the last prod to her heart that had reached its limit, and it broke down completely. Cheryl was crying unconsciously. She just kept crying without even realizing it herself. She just wanted to lean on someone and she did not care whoever it was. She cried seeking a place to lean on. She did not know for how long she was in that condition. But when she realized it, someone was already hugging her. She did not even know who it was. But one thing for sure, that warm embrace was saying that it was okay to lean on that person. Thus Cheryl hugged that person back as strong as she could to make sure that person would not go away. Only after she depleted all of her energy, she felt relieved that the person she hugged did not cast her away as she fell asleep. Akira was sitting on the floor, operating his information terminal. Cheryl was still hugging him. Since it looked like she would not let him go anytime soon, he was doing something else while waiting for her to wake up. Thus Akira decided to surf the net in the meantime. It was also a form of training for gathering information using the information terminal. The internet of the Eastern District was filled with a huge amount of information. It was so huge that it would be almost impossible for someone with no ability to search to find what he or she was looking for. Of course, there were some searching sites too, but even using that, it was pretty hard to find something for Akira, who had lived all his life in the back alley of the slum city. Normally, any important or highly valuable information was not free. There was a need to buy them directly from people or organizations who were working as information brokers. There were countless paid service sites on the net that provided information tailored for hunters. They provided information like the locations of the ruins that still had expensive relics, guides to fight powerful monsters, and many others. Then finally, there were countless sites that provided all kinds of information for free due to certain reasons. It was an important skill for a hunter who wanted to survive and rise to success in the Eastern District to be able to extract important and worthwhile information that could be relied on from these sites. But Akira's current searching skill was not even enough to get him accurate searching results for the next day's weather or a restaurant near him. He might be able to find them instantly if he asked Alpha, but now he was trying his best for the sake of his training. He had a lot of experiences where he got baited to chase some unimportant information that got into his eyes or some other things that led him to waste time on the net. As Akira spent his free time learning trivial knowledge, Cheryl finally woke up. Cheryl was still in a daze as she was staring at Akira from a close range while still hugging him. "Can you let me go now that you've woken up?" Akira thought that Cheryl should have calmed down by now as he said that and tried to break off from Cheryl's hug. But when he did that, Cheryl desperately clung on him and looked like she would almost start crying again. Cheryl then begged to Akira, who looked troubled. "Please help me." Cheryl looked so weak and her eyes started to get teary as she asked Akira for help, because she had no other place to turn to. "I beg you, please help me." As Akira stayed silent because he did not know what to do, Cheryl took it as a no, so she begged him again as she started to cry. The short nap gave Cheryl, who was in an unstable emotional state, enough energy to cry again. Although Akira was used to seeing irritation, mockery, and hostility, he was not used to having someone looking at him with teary eyes while begging him for something. Due to that, Akira could not handle the pressure from those eyes as he reflexively answered Cheryl. Sure, I'll help you." Cheryl froze for a bit before smiling as she felt relieved. She seemed so happy as she closed her eyes. She loosened her hand that was gripping Akira's hand so hard until that time, as if she would die if she had let it go. Cheryl then leaned back to Akira and clung on him as she fell asleep with a happy face. "What the heck?" Akira let out a sigh while looking puzzled. Akira then picked Cheryl up and laid her on the bed before starting the routine maintenance of his gun. As he was doing maintenance of his assault rifle like usual, he once again realized that it was his lifeline. Thus he took great care in performing the maintenance. Since the assault rifle was durable and sturdy, it could handle violent treatment and could last long in a bad environment. It was pretty popular for a gun. It was fully justified when they said that it was a gun beloved by hunters for the last 100 years. Akira was also indebted to his gun in so many instances in the past. It was thanks to this gun that he was able to stay alive up until this point. Although he was just a complete beginner not too long ago, Akira was able to proficiently do gun maintenance on an rifle. Rather than buying other guns, it might be a good idea to buy one more of this rifle as a spare. That's right. I can also carry 2 guns with both of my hands. Akira then imagined himself marching with 2 guns in his hands. That sounds cool. Alpha was able to receive the glorified image of Akira holding 2 guns that Akira unconsciously sent through telepathy. If you bring 2 guns like that, most of your shots will miss and it might even rip your arms off due to the kickback. Akira realized that Alpha read the image in his mind as he embarrassedly answered back. So it's a no, huh? Well, you don't have the strength to handle 2 guns after all. So if you handle an rifle with a single arm, it would not serve any other purpose other than shooting a warning shot. Once you get an augmented suit, you'll be able to handle the kickback from the guns even in a bad posture. So if you want to carry 2 guns simultaneously, you should at least wait until you get your augmented suit. Hearing that makes me impatient to wait for the augmented suit. But until we get that, it's not like there'll be more incidents, right? Can you stop triggering flags like that? Okay. Akira returned back to his usual mood and continued doing the maintenance. In the middle of doing that, he glanced at Cheryl. Alpha, so what was that exactly? Alpha lightly shook her head. I don't really understand either. I'm sure that she's too tired, but when she wakes up, it might be a good idea not to ask her too much. Alpha did not explain Cheryl's psychological condition to Akira since she thought that it might be better this way. Akira, how about you take a rest for today too? I think this problem is solved for now, but another problem might come up again tomorrow, so you better take a good rest. You're right. I'll go straight to sleep once I'm done with this. After finishing the maintenance, just like usual, Akira took a short shower to suppress his feeling of wanting to take a bath before going to bed. Since his guest had already taken the bed, he just pushed her to the side before settling himself beside her. Although it looked as if Akira crept into Cheryl's bed, it was he who paid for the room. Moreover, Cheryl clung on him for quite some time. So he was sure that Cheryl would not mind sharing a bed with him as he slowly fell asleep. On the next day, Cheryl woke up before Akira. She was still dazed when she looked around, but when she noticed Akira was sleeping beside her, she drowsily hugged him and went to sleep again. But Akira immediately woke up when Cheryl suddenly hugged him. He then tried to wake Cheryl, who fell asleep again. "Don't go back to sleep, wake up and let me go." After saying that, Akira was afraid that something like yesterday would happen again. But Cheryl obediently let him go. She still looked drowsy as she let out a big yawn and lightly rubbed her eyes. Akira smiled as he saw that. "Good morning." Morning." Akira looked a bit puzzled since Cheryl was acting so differently compared to the previous day. She looked relaxed. There was no trace of her from yesterday. As she was smiling brightly, she looked way more beautiful than usual, which was also scary at the same time. After that, they ate breakfast together. And just like usual, it was only warmed up frozen food. So in short, it was not very delicious and tasted bland. But they were having breakfast in a different mood than usual. Akira was overwhelmed by how much Cheryl changed as he kept eating his breakfast. As for Cheryl, she looked like she was in a good mood. In contrast to the breakfast that they were having, their moods were so much different. Cheryl then stopped in the middle of the breakfast and bowed to Akira. "Akira, I'm really sorry to have troubled you yesterday." It's okay, don't worry about it." After blurting that out without thinking, Akira remembered what happened the previous day. Although it was Cheryl who started the problem, it was mostly him who blew up the trouble. Although he did not feel guilty about it, he still understood it. Thus Akira was worried if it was Cheryl's way of saying that she hated him in a roundabout way. But she was actually being honest when she said that she was thankful. And since Akira was a bit bothered by the bad thing that happened yesterday because of him, he answered back in such a way as he was trying not to offend her. "Well, a lot of things happened yesterday, but if anything comes up again, you can just tell me." If Cheryl thought that she had unnecessarily involved him in regarding yesterday's incident, it would at least be shown in her behavior. So by saying this, he tried to ease her thoughts, but Cheryl answered back with something that Akira did not expect. "In that case, can I hug you again?" As Cheryl replied back with a happy smile, Akira was a bit taken aback as he asked Cheryl, "But why?" "I feel safe when I do that. I can feel very relaxed." "No. It's not like it'll cause you any trouble, right? And it's not like you'll lose anything too." "No, I'll lose something. That's it, I'll lose my mobility. Moreover, we're in the middle of breakfast now, it's hard to eat if you cling on to me, right? In that case, I'll feed you. At least let me eat my own food, will you?" Cheryl then leaned towards Akira, who pulled himself back a bit. She kept smiling as she insistently asked Akira, "In that case, it'll be okay if I do it after we finish breakfast, right? Managing the gang is really hard. So I'm really tired right now. Not to mention the incident that happened yesterday. Just treat this as a sanity check for me. If you let me do so, I'm sure I'll bother you less in the future. So it's okay, right?" Akira understood that if he agreed with her without giving it a serious thought, then Cheryl would come up with all sort of reasons so that she can keep on clinging on to him. But if he rejected her strongly, there was a chance that something like yesterday would happen again. When compared to that, it might be better if he just let her cling on to him. After all, it was not like it would cause any inconvenience to him. "All right then, you can do that after we finish breakfast." Cheryl immediately beamed happily. "Thank you." Although it was only a bit, Cheryl was able to manipulate Akira. Alpha realized that as she decided to be more careful with Cheryl. After they finished their breakfast, just like promised, Cheryl clung onto Akira. She embraced him from the front as he was sitting. She was in a pose that looked like she was straddling Akira. She wrapped her arms around Akira's back and neck. She looked very relieved. But she then asked Akira for something more. "May I ask you to hug me back or pat my head?" "Well, I don't mind though." As Akira did what he was asked to, Cheryl started to mumble while looking extremely happy. What the heck am I doing here? Akira was making an awkward face as he was asking himself that question. But as he caught sight of Alpha smiling teasingly, his mood immediately soured. What? It's nothing. Seems that she really likes you. What do you want me to do then? No idea, I don't have an answer to that question. But if you don't get away from her, we'll have to start today's lesson in this situation. You know? As Akira realized that he might really have to start studying with Cheryl clinging onto him, Akira tried to get Cheryl off from him. Cheryl, can you let me go now? I have other things to do. I understand. Cheryl replied back in a sad voice as she reluctantly let Akira free. He was relieved since he thought that Cheryl would not let him go. Cheryl then smiled at Akira. I'll return back to my base. I have to explain yesterday's incident to everyone in the gang. If I may, can you please accompany me back to my base? All right, sure. Thank you very much. Cheryl looked so happy as she politely bowed to Akira. After that, Akira accompanied Cheryl back to her base. Cheryl walked happily on their way there. Although Akira looked at her with a puzzled look, she just ignored it as she walked back with a happy smile on her face. Cheryl politely bowed to Akira when they arrived in front of her base. Thank you very much for accompanying me all the way here. I'll contact you again if anything happens. And also, I'll be very happy if you visit the gang even if you don't have anything to do here. I'll do my best to manage the gang, but since it's a hard job, it's really helpful to have a day like today where I can get a breather. Well, I'll come again if I have free time. Thank you very much. I'll be waiting for you. Cheryl stood there as he saw Akira off until he was gone from her sight. On his way back, Akira grumbled. He looked back to everything that happened yesterday, like Cheryl's emotional breakdown and so many other things. Alpha, Cheryl really did change, didn't she? It's like she changed so much, I just can't explain it well though. Well, it's not like she's depressed or something, so I don't think there's any need to worry. You're right, but still. Alpha looked displeased as she then said, rather than worrying about her, I really want you to be more careful not to cause any problems before you get your augmented suit. The last incident was pretty dangerous, you know? Akira smiled bitterly as he made some excuses. I'm sorry. I didn't think it would become that bad, you see. Akira was saying sorry because of his inability to see that coming. He was not apologizing for making the condition worse. Akira did not realize that. Alpha, who noticed these facts, was reminded of how hard it was to control Akira. She then gave Akira a warning with a serious face. From now on, you're absolutely not allowed to go outside your room until you get your augmented suit. Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. I'll obediently stay inside my room. The children in Cheryl's gang did not sleep last night. After that incident happened, Akira and Cheryl went out and did not come back even after one whole night passed. Thus half of the children started to worry. The children thought that Akira and Cheryl were killed and they were already in an all-out war with Shijima's gang. Thus most of them already ran from the gang. And most of the children who stayed back didn't do so because they believed in Cheryl and Akira having a negotiation with Shijima's gang but stayed there because they had nowhere else to go. Thus when Cheryl returned, it raised a commotion in the gang. Although the children were looking at her with a worried look, Cheryl did not let it bother her as she kept smiling confidently. I'm back. Did anything happen since I left? The children just swarmed Cheryl. What is with that question? Or more like, how did the negotiation go? Although all the children were making a commotion as they surrounded her, she was very calm. It went well. We had a talk with Shijima and sorted out everything, so there's no problem now. The children started to make a bigger ruckus. Although it was a very relieving answer, at the same time it was a very unexpected one too. Thus they simultaneously tried to ask further about it. And no problem, you say? How about Akira? He isn't together with you? Did he get killed? Are you for real when you said that you had a talk with Shijima? But we did kill one of his gang members, you know? So how did you wrap it up with just a talk? Do we have to surrender our base and our territory? How did it end up regarding that part? Cheryl smiled to calm everyone down and to make them feel at ease. Akira is unhurt. Shijima's gang won't ask us to surrender our base and territory, They might even work together with us. So it's okay. No need to worry anymore regarding this matter. Cheryl looked confident in front of everyone. And from the way she said it, it did not seem like she was lying or trying to trick them. Thus they calmed down, although they found it unbelievable. Then Cheryl's face turned serious as she said in a strong tone, "So then what are you guys doing here? Shouldn't you guys be doing your job like cleaning the territory, patrolling around or collecting metal wreckages? Or is it like you guys have already completed those jobs?" Well, no. We thought that it's not the time for doing something like that when we're in this situation. So then where are the people who are not here right now? Did you have a change of schedule or something? Then the children looked at each other as they hesitated before telling Cheryl, "The guys who are not here are. I think they left the gang and ran away." Cheryl then just replied back casually, "I see. In that case, we have to redo everyone's schedule." It was fully within Cheryl's expectations. Even after she estimated the number of people who left the gang, she was not surprised at all. The only thing in her mind was that it was a good thing she was able to flush out those people who would abandon the gang at the sight of threat. She then gave out a command in a calm tone. "Ario, take some children with you and search for those who ran away. If you find them with our guns or food provisions, retrieve everything. But you don't need to bring back those children. Alicia, confirm how many people left the gang and how many people who are still here. Report to me once you're done. As for the rest of you, just follow the usual schedule for now." Some of the children looked at each other in confusion. Some still wanted to ask more questions to Cheryl. Some could not follow what was happening. And some just stood there dumbfounded. But no one started working. Cheryl's face turned stern as she shouted, "Go! Now!" All the children immediately scrambled to their own job. Cheryl just stood there watching them scurry off before returning back to her private room. The representatives of the children who remained at the base, Alicia and Ario, were talking to each other. Ario was making a puzzled face as he carefully asked Alicia, "Say it's about Cheryl though. She's scarier than before, isn't she?" Seeing how Cheryl was able to smile confidently despite what happened yesterday, Alicia had the same impression. But in order not to make Ario any more worried and in order to keep herself calm, Alicia smiled and said, "I think it's just your imagination. She looked in a good mood and full of confidence to me though." "Is that so? I see. Well, she did say that there's no problem now. But since that happened, I guess it was better rather than looking worried, huh?" "That's right. But we should go too or she'll be mad." "You're right." Ario and Alicia then changed gear and got on to their own job. Cheryl was still in a good mood as she was thinking of her next plan. Cheryl was a smart girl from the beginning. And with her intelligence, she was able to do well in Sibia's gang and was able to live a pretty comfortable life. In contrast to that, she was not good at anything related to combat. Of course, there were a lot of fights that happened in the slum city, but every time it happened, Cheryl always hid behind someone's back until it was over. But after the gang she was affiliated with was disbanded, she was thrown into a world where she could be killed any time. It was a world where one needed to get used to little by little, but she was thrown there suddenly without any preparation. It was a world that was way too harsh for her. The endless days of nervousness, terror and the pressure that came from such a world were very emotionally taxing on her. Her heart was somehow able to hold on, but it left her heart with countless cracks. Then finally the last push crushed her heart into small bits. As her heart was ground to dust and scattered into the wind, she was looking for a place to lean on. Then she found a place to cling and it became the new foundation that supported her as she gathered her crushed heart piece by piece into a new shape. The cracks between the pieces that she gathered were filled with something that was flowing out from that new foundation. A safe haven, sense of relief, trust and reliance glued the pieces together and even transformed the pieces. Cheryl's psyche was rebuilt from scratch when she met Akira. It was rebuilt again and again without changing its name or identity. The Cheryl up until now was not able to give her maximum performance due to her fear. But now that she had perceived a sense of safety and regained her confidence and sense of freedom, all of a sudden the idle gears inside her fit perfectly into the bigger picture. Cheryl then looked back to her old self where she was careless and full of flaws. There were a lot of points that needed improvement. She reflected back as she decided to do better in the future. She had so many things that she wanted to try inside her head. She was reassessing, reevaluating and improving all of those ideas that she had. As she was thinking about the future of her gang, she knew that it had to grow bigger and do better both for her own sake and for Akira's as well. It had become something very important to her to make the world where she and Akira could live happily. As Cheryl imagined the future that she wished for, she let out a captivating smile. Rebuild World Chapter 25 Head Equipment, Intuition and Occult. When Akira received notification from Shizuka about the arrival of the augmented suit that he ordered, he immediately stopped his studying and packed up his things before setting off to Shizuka's shop. Akira looked excited as he entered the shop. Shizuka saw him and gave him a welcoming smile. "Welcome. The item that you ordered has arrived. I'll take you there, so just follow me." Shizuka took Akira to the shop's warehouse. He saw many items and goods lined up inside the warehouse. Then his eyes caught the augmented suit that was on the hanger rack. The grayish-black augmented suit hanging there was made of something that looked elastic. There was a metallic part that formed a skeletal frame extending from the backbone of the suit to all the four limbs. And it did not come with a helmet or any head equipment. Akira circled it, his eyes locked to the augmented suit. Shizuka giggled as she watched Akira, who was behaving more childish than usual. "It's the TLT Type C-style augmented suit. Its name is Kalon. It might be 2 generations behind the latest generation augmented suit, but its hardware is not that different compared to the current generation. The basic setting software is already updated to its latest version, so don't try to increase its capabilities by installing new software. In the worst-case scenario, a wrong adjustment can make it twist to the opposite direction than intended, so be careful." Akira's eyes were still locked into the augmented suit as he listened to Shizuka. He looked just like a small child who was excited about his new plaything. Induced by his curiosity, Akira extended his hand to touch the augmented suit. The suit was made of synthetic fibers with countless thin but hard wick woven together. As he traced the thin wick, his finger arrived at the metallic skeletal frame. Akira continued to feel the metallic part. The metallic part was way softer than he thought, and as he pressed it a bit, the metallic part deformed as if it was made of gum. Akira pulled his finger back in panic. "Shizuka-san. It's softer than I thought though, is this normal?" Shizuka laughed, which made Akira relieved. But a part of that laugh was Shizuka enjoying Akira's comical reaction. "It's alright. That part is elastic and soft when the suit is off in order to make it easy for the user to equip it. So then don't just stand there, let's try putting it on. I'll need your body measurement for the first time setting. So take off your clothes just like when I took your body measurement." Shizuka then took Akira's body measurement like last time. After she finished, she went behind the augmented suit and operated her information terminal to send the data to the suit. Once the data was received, the augmented suit automatically adjusted itself as it started to wriggle. The sleeves, inseam and body part of the suit readjusted itself to mimic Akira's body. Akira gasped in surprise when he saw that. After the adjustment finished, Akira put on the suit with some assistance from Shizuka. The soft and elastic metallic part of the suit did not impede his movement when he equipped it and tried to move his limbs. But it was a different story for the weight. Although the weight of the suit was distributed across its humanoid shape, it was still quite heavy that Akira would get tired quickly if he tried to move around in it. Shizuka took a good look at Akira before she nodded lightly. "Yep, you look cool." "Thank you very much." Akira answered back while being bashful, but then Alpha interjected. "Yep, you look really cool. It's wonderful." "Shut up. Why are you so mean to me?" "Because it sounds like you were mocking me now." Alpha looked offended, but Akira just ignored her. Shizuka then continued checking the augmented suit. "Well then, go ahead and turn it on. The switch should be somewhere around your waist. Although I think there should not be any problem. Be sure to immediately cancel the startup process if you feel something is not right." "Alright." Akira then turned the suit on. As the augmented suit booted up, he could feel the metallic part woven in its wicks and in its skeletal frame start to harden. And at the same time, Akira could not feel the weight of the suit anymore. The augmented suit supported its own weight and it moved together with its user, That was why the user would not feel its weight when it is turned on. Akira was a bit surprised when he could not feel the suit's weight as he tried to move around. Looking at how Akira was behaving, Shizuka knew that there was no problem with the augmented suit. It seems that the suit booted up without any problems. Remember to move around slowly for now until you get used to your enhanced physical ability from the augmented suit. I would have recommended you to pick up some random heavy guns lying over there to test your enhanced strength, but it would be problematic if you break them accidentally. So be sure not to touch anything, okay? You can go to the wasteland and pick up some wreckages to test your strength. Also, remember to be careful when you grab your gun. It'll easily break if you use your augmented strength violently. Note that the metallic part of your augmented suit only hardened in order to provide support when you carry a heavy gun or any other object. So remember that you're basically still vulnerable to bullets and monster attacks, okay? Akira nodded firmly. I understand. I'll be careful. The other items that came along with the augmented suit are inside the box over there. It should include extra energy packs for reserve, maintenance kit, and a simple manual. You should be able to find the site where to download a more detailed manual inside the simple manual. So be sure to read the manual. I guess that's all. Do you have any other questions? Akira took some time thinking before asking Shizuka. By the way, do people usually use a helmet with their augmented suit? Armor, augmented suit, and basically any other equipment are actually optional. Are you one of those people who prefer to use a helmet? I'm sorry, I should have clarified with you beforehand. As Shizuka looked sorry and apologized to Akira, he replied while getting flustered. No, I'm just wondering if it's weird if I use a helmet along with the augmented suit. I didn't mean to complain. I also did say that I'll tell you if I need anything when I consulted with you. So please don't be sorry. Is that so? I'm glad to hear that. Seeing how Shizuka smiled at him, he felt relieved knowing that she was back to her usual mood. So then he continued asking questions to her. Shizuka-san, you did ask me if I'm the type of person who uses a helmet, right? So there are people who prefer to not use a helmet, huh? Yes. It's actually more common, you know. Some people prefer to use an information terminal on their head, so the helmet that comes as a set with the augmented suit would get in their way. There are also people who prefer not to put anything on their heads too. That's why head equipment is optional when you use an augmented suit. So there are people who do that too, huh? To be honest, I think it's safer to put on a helmet. There really are people who do that, you know. For example, both Sarah and Elena don't use a full-face helmet, right? Akira recollected his memory of Sarah and Elena's augmented suit. It was indeed true. He also remembered that the hunters who attacked Sarah and Elena also did not use a helmet. But even so, it was not enough reason for him to not use one. On the contrary, it made him question it more. Thus he asked Shizuka again while looking puzzled. That's true. But why though? Well, there's a reason for it, but it's an occult thing, you know. Occult thing, huh? Yep, you want to hear it? Yes, please. Looking at how Akira was genuinely interested, Shizuka smiled as she began her story. There are people among the hunters who don't want to put any helmet no matter how good the helmet is. For example, there's this helmet, although it's a full-face helmet, it is bulletproof, has a wide-angle display so the view with the helmet and without the helmet is exactly the same, can also transmit sounds without any obstruction as if there is no helmet. It fits perfectly and at the same time it does not exert any pressure on your head, and if used with the augmented suit, it's basically weightless too. But even so, there are people who would not use this helmet. Do you know why? Of course, it's not because of money. Akira stood silent for a brief moment trying to think of a reason, but he could not come up with anything. He then gave up and surrendered. I have no idea. For some reason, putting that helmet will reduce their intuition, or so they say. Intuition, huh? Akira looked puzzled after hearing an unexpected reason as the answer. Shizuka smiled as if she was enjoying his reaction, which was exactly like she expected. Yep, intuition. It seems that those people would ditch powerful helmets or any other defensive equipment in order to keep their intuition sharp, you know? Since in my opinion, I'm also someone with good intuition, so it's not like I can't understand their reason. I don't think I understand it. Well, it's true that it's very subjective. There are people who doubt it, but eventually, since it's about their own feelings, there are a lot of people who trust their own gut and do whatever they want. I don't think there's any problem as long as they decide that based on their own preference. But it causes some problems in certain situations, for example, when arming people who work in a private military company. There's a story where someone who was responsible for arming his squad did not believe in such a cult and forced everyone in his squad to equip their helmet. You know what happened then? What happened? Although they used a high-quality helmet in order to convince his squad, their fatality rate increased, you know. Shizuka said that in a mysterious tone as she was watching Akira's reaction. She then smiled with satisfaction. It's not like there's any real proof, and it's quite doubtful when you say you don't want to use a helmet because it impedes your intuition. But a tangible proof like fatality rate did come up. That's why it's called an occult thing. So is it better if I don't use a helmet? Shizuka answered back in a way that calmed Akira, who looked unsure of what to do. I'm sorry, but I don't have a definitive answer to that. After all, there are also people who really like their full-face helmet. There are also people out there who took this story seriously, didn't put their helmet on and got killed because of that. If you want to put on a helmet, then I think you should. If you don't want to, then you shouldn't. That's all I can tell you. Not to mention that I heard good hunters feel awkward when they're using equipment that they don't usually use. So like I said, it's fully a subjective topic. You should decide that for yourself. Akira looked a bit conflicted before he made a decision and smiled bitterly. I understand. For now, since I don't have any money left to buy a helmet, I'll just assume myself to be one of those people who don't prefer a helmet. Shizuka smiled and said, that might be better than staying undecided. You can anyway buy an optional set later. Just tell me when you change your mind. Yes. Shizuka then changed the subject. Remember that just because you got yourself an augmented suit, doesn't mean that you can do anything dangerous, okay? Contact me if anything bad happens. Just come to me if you find anything faulty, but remember it'll take at least 1 month to get it fixed. And also be sure to turn off the suit or put it under daily life mode until you exit the shop, else you might damage something unknowingly. Akira then turned off the augmented suit, thus its weight suddenly returned. He thought it would be impossible to go back to the inn under this condition, thus he turned it back on and set it to daily life mode. The weight of the suit reduced considerably. Although there's a slight weight, it would not impede his movements. Akira and Shizuka then went back to the shop, and they started conversing professionally like a customer and a shopkeeper. I tried my best in picking an augmented suit that would satisfy you. I'm sure you'll come up with a lot of things once you actually use it, but I hope you're satisfied with it for now. If you find anything that you want to complain about, there's no need to hold back. I'll help you if it's something within my boundaries. I think it'll be all right, but I'll come again for consultation if anything crops up. Shizuka smiled as it seemed that Akira was satisfied. She then added, there's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Don't forget that you'll need to buy energy packs and other things for your augmented suit beside the usual medicine, so keep that in mind. It'll be meaningless if you only buy a new energy pack once you run out of energy. Since you already bought one, you need to maintain it so you can use it anytime. Yes, I'll be careful. Thank you very much for everything. As Akira politely bowed, Shizuka smiled and offered Akira some of her goods while making a joke. Don't mention it. And now that you have an augmented suit, you should be able to wield guns that you couldn't before, right? I'll be looking forward to when you order more guns. I want to meet your expectations, but I'll have to earn enough money before that. So please wait patiently. Akira casually replied back with a smile. He then bowed his head and went back home. Shizuka saw Akira off as she mumbled. But that aside, he bought an rifle not too long ago and he already bought an augmented suit now, That's really fast. Not to mention that he was lucky enough to get rescued by Elena and Sarah when he was in a pinch. He might become a great hunter in the future. Just maybe though. Shizuka looked worried for a bit before recovering immediately. The faster a person is running on the road to success, the more focused he would be, the narrower his vision, and finally, the bigger the damage he would suffer when he meets bad luck. Shizuka immediately changed the things in her mind before she unconsciously said what she thought and jinxed it. Akira, who already returned to his room, smiled seeing the augmented suit that was hung on the hanger rack. Now that I already have my augmented suit, I can start looking for relics again. There was a need for him to pay the rest of 500,000 orm to Shirjima, and he almost ran out of money too. He only had enough money to stay in this bathless room for a few more days. Akira wanted to earn more money and move to a room with a bath as soon as possible, but Alpha just rejected that idea. We won't go to the ruins anytime soon, you know? But you said that I can go to the wasteland again once I get my augmented suit, right? Of course you can go to the wasteland, but not to the ruins. It's dangerous and I've decided to keep you safe, you know? I'll do my best to find a solution against your bad luck. From the way Alpha said it, it felt like she was exaggerating his situation. Akira winced a bit as he wondered if his bad luck was not something that he could fight back, unless he had an equal amount of resolve. I see. If you say so, it can't be helped then. So what should I do from now on? We're about to run out of money to even stay in this cheap room. You know? It's all right. We'll take requests from the hunter office to earn money for the time being. Your aim for now is to complete requests from the hunter office and get your hunter rank up until you can borrow a vehicle for exploring the wasteland. Vehicle, huh? Is there any reason why I should prioritize that? It's tiring to run away from a group of monsters with your legs, isn't it? Although Akira was convinced by that reasoning, he was making a conflicted face as he realized that the way Alpha worded it out was as if he was ought to encounter another group of monsters in the future. Exploring the ruins for collecting relics will come after that. And I'll be the one choosing the requests too. Well, if you said so, then I'll leave everything to you. Just go and take rest for today. I'll finish the augmented suit setting while you sleep. You'll have augmented suit training for the whole day tomorrow. I'll have you get used to it so that you'll at least be able to fight while using it. Then we'll start taking requests from the day after tomorrow. Augmented suit setting? But Shizuka already did that, right? Alpha smiled invincibly to Akira, who looked a little bit sour. She only configured the most basic part. I'm going to configure the setting tailored for you to maximize my support capabilities. I only need you to connect your information terminal, and I'll do the rest myself, so don't worry. Akira took his information terminal and used the cable from the augmented suit maintenance kit to connect his information terminal with his augmented suit. Once it was connected, the information terminal showed an array of symbols, numbers, images, and characters that he did not recognize. But he remembered that something similar had happened when Alpha configured his information terminal too. Thus he did not worry about it and went to take a rest. As Alpha was busy configuring Akira's augmented suit through the information terminal, Akira was using the note and the stationaries to study by himself. But he then remembered what Shizuka said. Hey Alpha, Shizuka-san said that there are people whose intuition worsen when they used a helmet. Is that true? Yep, that's true. Akira was a bit surprised since Alpha said it as if it was a fact, and it was idiotic to doubt that in the first place. You put that out pretty clearly, huh? Even Shizuka-san said it herself that it was a cult belief, you know? It's a misjudgment and misinterpretation due to the inability to get the needed accurate information and knowledge. It's because a mix of inability to empirically translate individual sensation or inability to communicate with such a thing or so many other factors. It's exactly because it can't be analyzed with the current technology that it's called an occult thing. Akira looked utterly confused. Can you please explain it in words that are easier for me to understand? Of course. Let's imagine you are seeing a low-resolution picture of Kazusuhara ruin. Although it's blurry, you can still recognize it. But there's a difference between the picture and the real scene, even if the people who see the picture don't realize it. Since it is a blurry image, you won't be able to make out all the details in it. It's the same reasoning with a full-face helmet equipped with a wide-angle display or a high-quality binocular. There's always some information that gets lost. And if some of the information that is lost contains warning for an incoming danger, then you won't be able to notice it. And this is not limited only to information coming from vision. The same reasoning can also be used for any information received through any part of your head. Akira looked puzzled, and there were a lot of questions inside his mind. Feeling someone behind you and really finding someone there when you look back. There are people who have such a level of intuition. But those people have such intuition not because of their sight, hearing, touch, taste, or smell. They of course can't see what is behind them, nor hear, nor smell, nor touch. These people might not be able to directly see the person behind them, but they might have an organ that somehow makes them able to feel the gaze. They might be someone who got such an organ by using technology from the old world, or they might be descendants of such people. There's also the possibility that they got their hands on a relic that allows them to do that, and they've been using it without realizing, as if they suddenly got a superpower. So using a helmet might impede that organ or relic. Akira looked confused. He seemed like he could not understand everything that Alpha just said. Although you're talking with me through telepathy, this is something that only happens between me and you. Like I said before, this is possible because of some peculiarities in your brain. But this is not only limited to our case. There are cases where other people could communicate and send information through telepathy with another person or thing too. As an example, some twins can communicate between them through telepathy, or like when you somehow notice that there's danger nearby from the people around you. You might not be able to communicate directly with the people around you, but some information is unconsciously transferred. This kind of information transfer might be blocked by a helmet. Akira was barely able to follow through all the new information that was flooding his brain. Basically, people who have good intuition are those who for some reason are able to unconsciously receive information and make decisions based on that information. For the hunters who regularly risk their lives in their job, they've always been polishing and relying on their intuition. So having it dulled is like making them fight monsters with their eyes blinded. The more they rely on their intuition, the easier they'll get killed without it. Alpha then stopped her explanation temporarily. Did you understand anything? Akira was still confused, but he somehow blurted out an answer. So in short, if I put something weird on my head, the things that are hard to notice normally will become impossible for me to notice. And there's even a chance that it'll block our telepathy ability, right? Alpha looked surprised for a moment hearing his answer, but she immediately smiled happily. Even though you didn't understand everything, I think it's good enough that you were able to understand this much. That's why, no matter how good the equipment is, you're not allowed to use it if it impedes my support. But how will I know if it'll impede your support? I'll know it right away, and I'll warn you, so don't worry. I see, I understand. Akira was relieved, since he knew that Alpha would warn him when he might try to equip anything strange that would hamper Alpha's support unknowingly. Now then, was that good enough? Or should I explain it to you again with a lower difficulty bar? Nope, that was good enough. You can just tell me the rest of the details while teaching. Is that so? Just ask me anytime when you want to hear the rest. Yeah, sure. Akira rejected that offer, since he had a feeling that she would continue with a long and difficult explanation if he said yes. But he did not know that Alpha had already guessed his answer. Alpha smiled as she was watching Akira closely when he tried to evade that subject. By seeing how Akira reacted, how his expression changed and how his mood changed, she was able to infer Akira's tendency, personality, things that he liked, things that he hated, things that shocked him, etc., basically the root of his personality. She had always been observing Akira for this very reason. Rebuild World Chapter 26, The True Worth of an Augmented Suit. Akira started going to the wasteland again, but it was for the purpose of training using his augmented suit. He put on his augmented suit in the wasteland not too far from the city while carrying his anti-monster H rifle with him. In short, he was fully equipped to fight monsters in the wasteland. On the other hand, Alpha was donned in a white one-piece, not something that one would typically wear in the middle of the wasteland. The glossiness of the dress further accentuated that it was made of high-quality fabric, and as the light shone on it, it made a drop shadow effect that traced her body line. Although Akira wanted Alpha to change to something that better suited the wasteland, he decided to hold himself from saying anything. He recollected her naked self during their first meeting in the ruins, and her beautiful pure white dress that she wore during a previous trip to ruins when he was targeted by two hunters. During both these occasions, she had a reason for wearing such a dress. Similarly, he thought that there must be some reason as to why she wore this dress now too. But more than that, he knew that she would only change her dress to something worse if he commented about it. It was quite a while since the last time he had the chance of going to the wasteland, thus he did not want to do anything that might bring him trouble. Akira mumbled to himself that it was 1,000 times better than her being naked, and just assumed that it was a part of his training too. Alpha smiled and told Akira to start the training. Akira, we'll start the training for using the augmented suit. Okay. Akira was about to turn on his augmented suit when the suit suddenly booted up by itself. Although he was a bit surprised, he immediately realized that it was Alpha's doing when he saw her smiled meaningfully. So then what should I do? Alpha pointed to a location in the wasteland that was 100 meters away from them. First of all, walk till you get there. As Akira turned to the pointed direction, he could see an arrow pointing to the intended location. It was something that Alpha added to his vision. Akira was already used to it, so he was not surprised. He then started walking towards the location. He was able to get there without any problem. So Alpha gave him the next command. Next, over there. Once he arrived at his next location, Alpha gave him the next order again. He just kept on walking from one location to another for about 10 times. Thus he started to find it weird. Alpha, do I need to walk more carefully? Or maybe walk while carrying my gun? Or is it that I should not do any of those at all? Or are we still confirming the functionality of the augmented suit, and we will only start the real training after that? Nope, we're already in a training session and I've started gathering your data too. Just by walking. Alpha just smiled meaningfully while looking at Akira, who was puzzled. Yep, after all, you would never realize the usefulness of my support until you try to move around without it. Support? But I'm just walking normally, right? Is there anything more than that? Alpha smiled mischievously. You'll know soon enough. Akira, try to walk over there, but this time I'll turn off my support. Actually, I've been adjusting the power output of your augmented suit. So then go ahead and feel for yourself how great my support is. Akira had a bad feeling as he saw Alpha smiling at him. As he tried to step forward, he immediately tripped over. The moment he swung his leg, he accidentally kicked a boulder powerfully and sent it flying. The kickback made him roll over. He was stunned as it happened. He tried to stand up by thrusting his right hand on the ground, but his right hand went deep into the ground right till his wrist. He then tried to pull out his right hand by pressing the ground with his left hand, but he pulled so hard that he was thrown back and almost fell on his back, so he tried to readjust his position in panic. But instead it completely disrupted his balance as he fell down again. And when he tried to get back up on his feet, he pushed too hard and tripped again. After that, he tried to be careful and moved slowly, so he was somehow able to get back on his feet. But when he tried to step forward, he could not keep his balance and was about to fall down again, and used all of his strength to keep himself standing. As Alpha watched Akira trying to move so slowly and carefully, she smiled as if she was enjoying it. Now you get it, right? If you can't control your augmented strength, you can't even walk normally, you know? The reason why you don't usually fall down when you walk is because your body unconsciously adjusts your center of gravity. It is a very crucial part of the training to be able to walk wearing your augmented suit, you know? I'll turn my support back on so you can go ahead and walk without worry. Akira started to walk carefully, but this time he could walk normally. Thus his face turned stern as he smiled bitterly. I can't even walk without your support, huh? Does everyone who uses an augmented suit for the first time go through this? Did all of them go through a lot of training to turn from not being able to move around to be good enough to use it for combat? Until I finish the whole training, I think it's better if I don't use this suit. You know? That depends on each augmented suit. Usually, high-quality augmented suit can be paired with high-level software, enabling the user to adjust the power output of the augmented suit. There are a lot of augmented suits that can be used normally right from the start. There are also augmented suits that use the installed auto-balancer as their selling point. The higher the power output, the more control you'll have to exercise when you do a fine movement. For example, even if you have enough power to send a vehicle flying, it'll also send yourself flying if you can't control its power. So it's not just about the output power, but having the function that would help the user to use it normally without any problem is also one of the indicators of how good an augmented suit is. Akira looked interested as he listened to Alpha's explanation. He then realized something. So it means that you are adjusting its power output when it moves, right? Yep. That's amazing. Kira looked genuinely amazed. The difference when he had Alpha's support and when he did not have it while using his augmented suit was crystal clear to him. Naturally, Alpha was satisfied with Akira's reaction. But that's not all, you know. In order to make you realize just how great my support is, I'll have you work hard. Okay. Roger that. Oh. Then he continued his training and kept following Alpha's orders. Walk slowly, walk faster, run slowly, sprint, quickly get on feet after lying on the ground, stand on his hands and get back on his feet, sprint and then make a sharp turn. His movement slowly shifted from doing light maneuvers to those that fully utilized his augmented body strength. Normally, one would need a long time worth of training with such a low functionality augmented suit before they could do any of those maneuvers. But Akira did not realize that as he kept moving around normally. He could not even grasp the fact that he was able to do that only because of Alpha's superior support. After finishing his morning training, Akira went to have a light meal. He was eating Hunter's ration that he packed in his rucksack. It was cheap and nutritious, although it had no taste, it was enough to at least fill his empty stomach. As he was chewing on the hard-to-chew tasteless fried dango-like thing, he unconsciously complained about its taste. And when he realized that he was complaining about how bad it was, he just laughed bitterly. Although I've always been thankful to even have something to eat until today, now I'm complaining about the taste, huh? It seems that I've become too used to living in luxury. Although he was criticizing himself, he was also glad that his life had turned better than before. Alpha, what to do for the afternoon? Are we going to continue with the training? We'll have shooting training in the afternoon, and then melee training after that. Melee training? Do you mean like training how to kick and punch the enemy in close range? It's just standard training including how to use your rifle in short range. First of all, I'll have to teach you martial arts and train you to use it against humans. You'll also have a mock fight against me. Akira looked confused. What are you talking about? I can't touch you. Wait, I can't touch you, right? Akira was a bit surprised as he wondered whether she got a corporeal body. So just to check, he extended his hand towards her. But just like always, his hand went through Alpha's body. As he confirmed that she did not have a corporeal body, he was puzzled as to how they were going to do the training, and it was shown in his face. Looking at that, Alpha just smiled. You'll understand when we do that. So just look forward to it. Okay? Although Akira wanted to know badly, it did not seem like Alpha would tell him now. Thus he continued eating his ration while making a questioning look. After he finished his food, Akira started his shooting training as scheduled. He could feel a weird sensation coming from the thick gloves that he was using to grip his rifle. Since he was still in the process of getting used to it, he started by aiming at small rocks rather than images of monsters. He carefully took an aim at a small boulder 100 meters away from him and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew out of his rifle, hit the small boulder precisely and sent it flying. Akira smiled as he knew that he did well. He then moved to the next target, aimed carefully and pulled the trigger. This time also it was a bullseye, and the next one too, and the next one too. All of his shots were accurate. Oh, you're doing really well today. Akira was in a good mood due to his unexpected result in the shooting practice. Even Alpha complimented his result while smiling. In that case, I'll increase the distance of the target gradually. Okay. Akira then aimed at his next target more carefully than before and pulled the trigger. Then the bullet flew straight and hit that target. Since then, his consecutive targets became further and further away from him every time he hit the previous target, and he did not miss even a single shot. But suddenly, his good mood vanished. Akira realized that his targets had become so far from him that it would normally be impossible to hit them accurately. But even so, weirdly enough, all of his shots still accurately hit those targets. He assumed that it might be because the augmented suit absorbed the kickback from his rifle, so his accuracy had increased. And after he accurately shot a target that was 500 meters away from him, he turned to Alpha and asked her a question. Alpha, you're doing something here, aren't you? Alpha just smiled, which confirmed Akira's guess. I'm giving you my complete support. As I thought. Although he already guessed that it was not because his shooting skills suddenly went up, it was still frustrating when he heard it. He could only smile bitterly after realizing the fact. After you moved your aim around the target, I controlled the augmented suit to make some fine adjustments. And when you pulled the trigger, I also adjusted your stance and center of gravity. I also make a small adjustment to your augmented suit to completely absorb the kickback too. So you can even do that too, huh? That's amazing. Doesn't that mean that I don't even need to do shooting training at all? Nope. The better you can aim, the less adjustment that I need to do to make an accurate shot. Moreover, there may be occasions in the future where you will have to fight without your augmented suit, or when I can't give you my full support. That's why you still need to train. Well, that's true, alright then. Since I can adjust your stance to the most effective one to shoot now, so your training will even be stricter than before. After all, with the augmented suit, you can shoot while being in a variety of positions. I'll train you so you can shoot accurately even when you're running, or when you don't have visual confirmation of your enemy, or when you're in a tight spot. Don't worry, even if you're too tired to walk, I'll use the augmented suit to assist you in walking, so you can train without worry. Be gentle, please. Seeing Alpha say something so scary with a smile, Akira winced a bit. Alpha then turned serious and said, "Now then, since you know that I can give you my support when you shoot thanks to the augmented suit, I have something that I need you to know." What is it? At the moment, I cannot do anything more than giving support by adjusting your movement through your augmented suit. Which means that I can help you do what you want to do, but I can't ignore your wish and make you do something that you don't want to do. But if you agree, I can configure your augmented suit so that it can give me full control over your body. Thus I would be able to move your body without your will. Of course, I promise that I will not do anything that will bring you harm. But even so, there are pros and cons in doing so. So listen to me closely and think carefully before making any decision. Looking at Alpha, who was making a serious face, Akira remembered the time when she asked him for permission due to some annoying rules. As he realized that it must be something that she needed in order to give him her full support, he firmly replied back, "I understand, tell me the pros first." If I can completely control your augmented suit, I can unleash its full power. So you'll be able to do some superhuman feats. For example, you'll be able to run along the edge of the rooftop and shoot monsters with guns on both hands with your eyes closed. You'll be able to fight people who are expert in martial arts. You'll be able to evade attacks or even counterattacks from your dead angle, as long as I notice it. All of those things sound amazing, so then what are the cons? First of all, you'll feel uncomfortable since your body will move on its own. Then since the augmented suit moves your body with it, it'll cause bigger stress on your body. And because it'll change our role from me adjusting my movement with you to you adjusting your movement with me, so when you try to make a different move than mine, it'll disrupt the fluidity of your movements and it'll cause bigger stress on your body. In the worst case scenario, it might even break your bones. Akira then thought while making a serious face, "It sounds like the pros are worth the cons, but since she said to me that I have to think carefully, I wonder if there's something more to it." Although Akira tried to think hard about this, he could not come up with anything more than what Alpha just said. Is it possible to try it out? Of course it is possible. In that case, I'll try it out first. Alright, I'll be controlling your augmented suit then. We'll start by walking slowly. Then I'll increase the speed until you are running. If you feel it is very uncomfortable, you can stop me immediately. Okay. We'll start now. Akira's augmented suit started moving on its own and made him walk. He was a bit shocked when that happened, but that was all. Although it felt like his legs were moved by external power, it was not that uncomfortable. Moreover, as he adjusted his movements to match with the movements from his augmented suit, the stress on his body was further reduced. And after he started running, it felt way easier since his augmented suit actively supported his movements. Is this all? If this is all, I don't think there's any need for her to warn me just now. As Akira looked relieved, he started to run faster and faster. Before he realized it, he was already running faster than he ever could on his own without her support. Every time his legs swung forward, he could not catch up with its movement and his legs were forced to swing forward against his will. So his legs started to scream in pain. And every time he kicked the ground, he could feel the impact through his bones which shook his whole body. Akira was running in the middle of the wasteland, while leaving a cloud of dust behind. He was already running as fast as a vehicle. His face twitched in shock, fear, and pain that was assaulting him. As he returned to his senses, he immediately asked Alpha to stop. Stop! Please stop! His running speed then slowed down to compensate for the burden that it had caused. And when it was slow enough, Akira was back in control of his augmented suit. When he finally stopped running, Akira was on his knees and breathing roughly. If you are able to run a bit faster than this, you would be able to outrun a group of monsters if they come chasing you. It might be hard for you, but it's a good solution for such a situation. So what do you think? Akira understood well as to why Alpha told him to think it through. I'll only give my permission when it's necessary. And also, do tell me next time when you want to control my body. Roger that. I will seek your permission every time. Permission, huh? It's about that, right? Those annoying rules about permission. That's right. I need your permission when I want to take any action that is beyond your wish. But don't worry, I won't do anything bad. That aside, we'll do melee training next. We'll start once you can move around again, so just take a rest for now. All right. Akira just laid flat on the ground. The stress subjected to his body when it moved without his will by the augmented suit was too much to handle. He always thought that things would be easier since he had his augmented suit now, but that line of thinking was destroyed by the pain that was assaulting him. But even so, there was no doubt that he had acquired a new power, and Alpha's support had also gotten more effective. And it was obvious that he got stronger. That was what he told himself as he was enduring his pain. He was just lying there in the middle of the wasteland for a while, and when his pain had mostly subsided, he was back on his feet. Are you finished resting? Yeah, it's not like I can safely sleep in the middle of the wasteland. I'll take a good sleep when I get back to my room. Akira knew that he would not grow stronger if he stayed lying down. He needed to become stronger in order to rise up as a hunter. He wanted the power to reach for what he wished. Thus he got back on his feet. I see. In that case, let's move on to melee training. Alpha smiled as she saw that Akira was really motivated to move forward. The melee training started, but they did not go straight to martial arts training. This dress is no good, I guess. So let me change it. Alpha removed her dress, became buck naked, and then changed to a fighting suit. Her fighting suit was comprised of something that looked like a high-cut bodysuit and a low-rise pant. It looked as if it was made of a thin fabric that emphasized her body shape. It even had a hole that seemed to have no other use but to show some skin. It was as if that dress was contradicting its functionality during a fight. Alpha just stood smiling in front of Akira. Although she was wearing a dress that was much more inviting than being naked, Akira, who was looking at her, seemed to be genuinely questioning that suit. What is with that suit? It's one of the fighting suits from the old world. You know? Did they really use that suit? Yeah. You can find one if you look for it in the ruins. Akira's misunderstanding about the old world deepened. He thought that even though it was a high-quality suit that was produced using the advanced technology of the old world, since Alpha had no corporeal body, it could not show its full functionality. He asked Alpha another question. Should you really wear that suit? If you have any request, I can change it to anything you want. But please pick something that can show my movements clearly. With your current ability, this won't be good training unless you can see my moves clearly. So anything that reduces the prediction of my movements is rejected. There were people who could predict their opponent's next move from a small shift in their limbs. Thus there were people who used clothes to hide their movements. If they really went down that line of thinking, then the best dress that allowed such a prediction would be the birthday suit. Akira realized that, and he changed the topic. Alright, let's start. Now then, what should I do? Even if I attack you, my attack would just go through you, right? For now, just try to attack me any way you want. Although Akira was still not sure about it, he just stepped forward to attack Alpha like he was told to. She blocked his fist with her right hand, and strangely enough, when his fist should have just passed through her, he could feel his fist bumping on something. What? It was stopped? No, wait, what is this? Akira was surprised at that unexpected turn of events. Alpha saw that and smiled as she started explaining. Every time you hit me, I'll harden your augmented suit on the part where it makes contact with me. It would give you a little feedback as if you really hit something. With this, you can at least get the feel, right? Now then, let's start for real now, come at me. Alpha then smiled as if to invite Akira and made a come-on taunt with her fingers. Akira then changed his stance and launched an attack at her. It was obvious that he was a complete amateur in close combat. Most of his attacks did not even hit Alpha. So even if she had a corporeal body here, she would end up with only some light bruises. Alpha kept guiding him on how to execute his moves. From how to clench his fist, how to kick, where to attack, how to position himself, what was the correct fighting stance, how to step in, things he needed to be careful, how to adjust his body's weight, how to prepare himself to evade, how to evade and how to block. She kept firing instructions to Akira through telepathy. The more accurate Akira's movement was, the easier he moved due to the support from his augmented suit. And whenever he made a wrong move, the augmented suit would push him in the right direction. Thanks to that, Akira could learn by remembering the feeling and the sensation when he made the correct moves. The hitting feeling during the fight coming from his augmented suit also recreated the sensation from Alpha's attack. When he got punched on his abdomen, he would be pushed back. And when he got his legs swept, he would lose his balance and fall down. Even when he blocked an attack, he would feel as if he really did receive that attack. Before she attacked, Alpha always told him where she aimed, how she would attack and when she would attack. But even so, Akira had a hard time blocking her attacks. Even if he tried to dodge, he would only get hit if he did not evade correctly. And if he tried to block, he would lose balance and get hit unless he blocked correctly. He almost had no chance to counterattack. Every time Akira got hit on his head, it would be considered as a killing blow, and they would restart the fight. If he got attacked on his head by someone using an augmented suit, there was no doubt that his head would be blown away. Depending on the situation, it might even blow his head to pieces. There was no way of predicting how good his block would work against that kind of attack. So Akira was taught to prioritize evading when faced with such an attack. As Akira was lying on the ground on his back, Alpha just smiled, raised her leg and stomped his head wanting to crush it. Akira tried to look at Alpha's face that was hidden behind her breasts, as he was still lying on the ground. With a little adjustment, he could see her looking down at him while still smiling. He could sense that her smile now was a bit scary than her usual smile. There, you died again. Get on your feet. Or do you want me to make you get up? It's okay, I can get up on my own. Akira dragged his own body up. There were images of his corpses with crushed heads scattered on the ground all around him. It was the same as to when he had his shooting training. Although they were just images, it was enough to make him wince. There you go, another image of your corpse. Let's work hard so that the real Akira won't be added among these images, okay? Yeah, I know. Akira could again sense something scary hidden within her beautiful smile as he continued his training. In the middle of his training, Akira realized that something felt strange. Alpha, can I ask you something? Yes. How should I put this out? I've been feeling something weird. Did you do something to me? Something weird? I'm just operating the augmented suit so I can efficiently teach you how to move. Do you mean that? No, not that one. It's like, I always find my body already moving when I want to do something. Do you mean that your body moved first even before you intentionally tried to move your body, and it was not the augmented suit that made you do that? Yeah, something like that. Maybe it's just your imagination. My guess is that your augmented suit received the information of what you were going to do from its sensors, so it moved to match your movement. And what you noticed was that move. I think the reason for your strange sensation is because of the time gap between that movement and your sensation. It's not like I did anything there, you know? Is that so? But remember that sensation well. If you try to match your body to that movement, it should greatly reduce the burden on your body. Moreover, the augmented suit is set using the movement of someone well trained as the basis. Thus, if you follow that movement, you might be able to fight well even without my support. I understand, so in short, that sensation was a good thing, right? I think so. It's not something for you to worry about. Now then, let's continue the training. Both Akira and Alpha took their fighting stance, and this time Akira proceeded by following that movement he felt without any worry. They kept training until sunset. After he finished his training, Akira was so tired that he could not even walk on his own. Thus it was thanks to his augmented suit that he was able to return to his room. So in short, it was just like Alpha said, he was able to return back by making him walk using his augmented suit. With his new augmented suit, Akira's training had become more efficient and harsher than ever before. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.